forgot to turn the mic on. That usually helps. So I am just waiting for some participants, and I am currently waiting for Bobby. But I know I was a little bit late. I was trying to set everything up at Jimmy's station just because he's got the two monitors. So I had done some video clips of some of the matches that Bobby had done. And with his permission, I was going to show some of the clips on. Hello, Sister Donna. But I was going to show some of the clips on the stream if he approved. But I could not get the clips over to Jimmy's station to his computer for some reason. I think because I didn't convert them. So my video recorder program that I have currently still converts it into a different form, and then I have to reconvert it to movie form to be able to play it on another system. I can play them on my system, but I can't play them on like Jimmy's. And I forgot about that until about 5 of 8. So I was trying to do that and set everything up. And then I was like, oh crap, it's 8 o'clock. So yeah, I am just waiting for Bobby Blaze. Let me see if I have any notifications to see if maybe he's running a little behind. Let's see. I don't see anything. Uh-oh. There might be some. Let me see. So I got a message from him saying to DM him for the date. I don't know if he thinks it's something different. But I just replied to him, hello. I just replied to him to see maybe if there was some confusion because so Dave, the producer, set it all up. So I don't know if there was somehow some miscommunication about the day and time, maybe. But yeah, that was a notification I had from him on Twitter. And I just saw it now. Of course. I was so busy compiling all my stuff that I didn't bother going on anything. So I will see if maybe not sure. Where's my thing? Oh. Huh. Hey, Tony. So I am still waiting for Bobby. And I did get a notification from him telling me to let him know the day of my podcast. So I don't know if that was, if he was confusing me with someone else, or if there was some miscommunication between him and David, the producer, on when we were doing it. Because David was the one that set it all up. So hopefully, thank you, love. Hopefully he actually showed up now that everybody has shared it all out. But so yeah, I will be right back. I'm just gonna go grab Jimmy for a second, see if Jimmy. This is true. This is true. We can all come up with the conversation ourselves if he doesn't show up. Yeah. Like I said, it was all set up between us and like Dave, the producer, did all the passing along messages things. So I'm not sure if maybe the date got messed up or what have you. But like I said, that notification was on my Twitter. So I don't know if he mixed me up with someone else or. All right. Oh, okay. So Dave, the producer, sent me an email a little bit ago saying that he had to reschedule. He is getting me Wednesday dates before the end of the week. Sorry, he can't make it tonight. So all right. So the Bobby thing is going to be rescheduled because David sent me, like I said, David sent me a notification on Twitter a little bit ago saying that he had to reschedule. Something came up. It will be a Wednesday when we do it. Apparently, that's his best day to do things like this. So Dave said that he was getting him some other Wednesday dates. So in that case, here is. Thank you. Thank you. And if a whole bunch of people show up, the more the merrier, I suppose. They might just be a little disappointed, but like I said, it's still going to happen. It's just not going to happen tonight. So if anybody would like to come up, yes, I do need to change the stream name. Let's see. All right. Let's see if that works. So it's not letting me change the stream name yet, but let me. Trying to. So it's just saying that YouTube is having an error and I have to try again in a little bit to change the stream name. But I changed the video name. So thank you, Tony. Oh. So yeah, hello, South Carolina born. Bobby Blaze unfortunately had to reschedule. something came up. So he is going to be getting together some other Wednesday dates for me that he will be available, but we figured that we could just turn it into a regular discussion between all of us, and we'll reschedule the whole interview thing. I'm trying to change the stream name. YouTube is giving me a problem with that, but I did change the video on YouTube side. StreamYard doesn't let me do that, but so I put the Rod, I put the link in the chat if you would like to come up. But whenever I get the other dates from Bobby, I will certainly do another scheduled thing and let you guys all know, for anybody that would like to come and watch. So apparently JBL is being entered into the Hall of Fame this year. It was announced on WWE Backstage. And apparently I think Jeff Hardy should be back soon. Apparently he's been at the last couple of SmackDown shows in the back. Just waiting for the okay to come out on the TV out in the main area. But he has been in the backstage area showing up at the shows. So what did everybody think of Raw? I thought it was pretty decent. I thought the whole Randy Orton thing with Beth Phoenix, knew that would happen. I thought she would at least put up a little bit of a fight. Like I said in my video, she's Beth freaking Phoenix. But yeah, she didn't seem to be able to, or she didn't do any beating him to the punch other than the slap and the kick in the gut thing. But yeah, so so that happened. The other thing that I liked was the Rey Mysterio tag team match. I thought that was pretty decent. I was glad that they finally got the upper hand on Garza and Andrade. Hello, Ian. How are you? So, Ian, unfortunately, Bobby Blaze had to reschedule. I don't know if you're here because of the notification from earlier that I'd sent out, but so we turned it into a regular wrestling discussion. He is going to be getting me some dates when he's available again. It will be on a Wednesday. Apparently, that is his best day to do things like this. So as soon as he gets me the dates, I will let you guys know. You're more than welcome to stay. Like I said, we're going to turn it into a regular wrestling stream with a little discussion amongst everybody. But so yeah. Ian, what did you think about Monday Night Raw? I'm just hoping and praying that soon Edge starts coming back. I know it'll probably be closer to Mania when he comes back, but because I still think that's when Randy Orton's either going to have a match with him or Jeff Hardy it's either going to be Edge or Jeff Hardy that comes back. I know I was just saying that I know Jeff Hardy has been in the backstage area at the last couple of SmackDowns, waiting for the okay to pop out in the main area. So I'm assuming he's going to be involved in the whole Randy Orton angle, just because of the timing of when he's returning and everything that happened with Matt. But so yeah, JBL's going into the Hall of Fame this year, which is very nice. Hello, Tony. How are you?
What's going on?
Not much. Not much.
Just finishing up a little piece of Nerds rope.
Nice. Nice. Is it that special Nerds rope?
It's homemade, yep. Oh, boy.
How was work today?
It was all right. A little long. Sometimes you get in these, I get in cars with reps when I'm working with them. It just seems like the day never ends. It just seems like it's a super long day. Today felt like one of those days, so. That's what it is, whatever. No worries.
Those days kind of stink.
All day, I'm like, all right, what are we doing next? What are we going next? What are we doing next? And it was like,
oh, kind of like one of those.
Yeah. It was all right. Just kind of, I was like, I don't know. Somehow today I was full of piss and vinegar, and he was just kind of going at his normal pace, So, Ian Wrestling King, I have a question for you. And I'm not going to tell you whether I disagree with you or agree with you. I just want to ask first, why do you think Miss Elizabeth belongs in the Hall of Fame? Because, I'll tell you why I ask. I'm not trying to bust your balls. I hear people say all the time, this person belongs, that person belongs, this person belongs. And I say, why? And they're like, oh, I don't know. You, since you have Wrestling King in your name, probably have a good reason why. I just wondering what your thoughts were. Doris, you should change the view because you're cutting off half your face.
Oh.
Like, we're not getting. I'm trying to stay in the center.
There
you go.
There you go.
She was the one woman in WWE. No. She was the one woman valet at a time when people like Wendy Richter, Fabulous Moolah, Leilani Kai were getting in the ring and working.
Yep. She was the first woman valet. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's for sure.
She's one of the only valets in history, I think, that wasn't that was never like a wrestler. And I guess woman wasn't either, right? Nancy Benoit or Nancy Sullivan back in the day.
I don't think she ever wrestled.
Yeah. Now, that being said, I think she should be put in the Hall of Fame too, Ian. I do agree with you. I think for the reason that she was a trendsetter at the time. She was showing that I think she showed at a time in wrestling when it was so cut and dry, good guy, bad guy, that you could still be beautiful and have class and be in the wrestling industry. I think without Elizabeth, we wouldn't have had some great moments that we had back in the days. I mean, some of my favorite storylines, I think, revolve around George Animal Steel, stealing Elizabeth. I mean, that was like one of the classic, yeah. So I agree with you, man. I was just wondering what your reasoning was. That's all.
Hello, Redneck Lifestyle. Welcome. Yes, I agree. Both the British Bulldogs should be both Davey Boy and Dynamite Kid.
For the reason that they're a classic tag team,
they
should be in. Dynamite Kid really wasn't around very long at all in WWE.
No, he ended up
not long at all.
I think he got hurt or got addicted to drugs and then got hurt. I know now he's wheelchair bound.
He's dead.
Is he dead now?
Mhm.
Oh, I thought he
died.
was still.
I think he died last fall. I think.
Oh, okay.
Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I think he just died though, like 6 months ago.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, he was such a mean, ornery prick
Yeah, he was.
his whole life.
Yep.
Let's have a look.
It's funny
Last night-
because I feel like I kind of get upset when they induct people that haven't been around that long, and
Mhm.
there's people that have been that are like classics that haven't been inducted yet. That
Right.
drives me insane.
He actually died 15 months ago. He died December 5th, 2018.
Oh, okay.
Dude, old school WWF toys are awesome.
Yeah, they are.
You literally could knock somebody out with any WWE figurine. Andre the Giant, you'd knock 3 motherfuckers out at once with that doll. Shit.
Yep.
Some of my favorites from back in that time were like I loved watching Dynamite Kid at one, man. I loved watching Superstars or Challenge, whatever it was on Saturday mornings when I was a kid. I'll be 45 in like a week and a half. So give you an idea how old I am. When I was a little kid watching on TV, nothing made me happier than watching Saturday morning cartoons and seeing like Uncle Elmer, Cousin Luke, Hillbilly Jim. There you go. King Kong Bundy is one of my all-time favorites to this day. King Kong Bundy was awesome. I loved Big John Studd. I was such a Big John Studd mark.
Me too. I loved the feud between him and Andre the Giant of who was the bigger.
Yeah. You remember that when they had the bag of cash?
Yep.
And at the end of the match, Andre's throwing the cash out
To the audience.
and Bobby Heenan grabs
Bobby
the bag
Heenan
of
was
cash.
having a heart attack.
That's good stuff. I really, it's funny, is when you look back, and you look back at John Studd. John Studd never got a fair shake ever. No. And the reason why is because, and I just learned this recently. I was watching some documentary or whatever about Andre. And the reason was because Big John Studd was a giant in his own right.
Yeah.
And what happened was when he went down, I think it was to Memphis and Lawless Federation, I think, they billed him as the giant John Studd. And boy, that pissed Andre off.
Oh, I bet.
And Andre had a lot of clout in in all the federations.
Yeah.
Japan, United States, he was the biggest son of a bitch in all of wrestling. And Jerry Lawler really pissed off everybody. Jerry Lawler also,
Hello.
Hey, Ian, what's going on, man?
Nothing much.
They had Andre come down there, and in the wrestling magazines back then, which were like the modern day, at that point, the dirt sheets of the day, which nowadays we have dirt sheets, but he claimed that, look at the Freddie Blassie, the dog, look at all those. Holy cow, those are amazing. That Bundy doll is great.
That's a really
Andre,
cool collection, Ian.
Hold on. That's not the old Andre I'm talking about, I don't think. Let me see. No, there was a bigger one than that. That's a good one, but there was a bigger one than that. Do you remember the big one?
I think I do remember the one you're talking about.
Did I see Papa Shango? Oh, no, that's not Papa Shango. Wow, those are modern day ones.
Yeah.
But he also told everybody that Jerry Lawler also told the wrestling magazines that he beat Andre the Giant when he was in Memphis.
Really?
Yeah, they put it in the magazine as a count-out victory for him. He didn't win.
No, he never beat Andre the Giant.
Right. But that was his federation. He wasn't in WWE at the time, or WWF, whatever. So look at that. Haku, huh? Oh, you met Barbarian as well?
Yep.
God, Barbarian looks small nowadays. It's so funny when you get off the gas, how they even out. Yeah. Who is that? I can't see that poster very good. Who is that?
Who?
That poster.
Oh, it's Suicide Squad. No wonder I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because I met the
Demolition.
Demolition. Yep.
Really cool.
That was smashing.
Can you show me that picture again? I think that's actually the original too, right? No. Demolition.
The Demolition one.
Yeah.
Is that the original too? It is. No, it's not. Hold on.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks it. The original Smash and Axe.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not the original Smash, but it's the Smash we know, because the
Yeah.
original Smash was Moondog Spot,
All
and
right.
and he went out and they wrestled like 3 times. He came up with the idea. He came up with the gimmick. Jimmy Hart, love Jimmy Hart. What's Jimmy Hart's? What meal does Jimmy Hart eat more than anything? Do you know? Jimmy Hart trivia for you.
Oh, hang on.
Oh yeah, it dropped off. Okay, so Joseph, woo, Grohl, what's
Joseph.
going on, man? How you doing, brother? Lucas Crow, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, the guy that came up with the gimmick for Demolition, the idea, and Crow Juice is going, what? Oh yeah, okay. Oh, I don't know what's going on with that. All right, sorry.
Okay,
so the guy that came up with the idea for the gimmick was he was one of the Moondogs, and what happened was when they started doing the gimmick, they were doing it on house shows, and they were coming out, and everybody's going Moondog, and Vince was like, "Oh, this ain't gonna work," you know. Oh, look at that,
Right.
one of them replicas, huh?
Oh,
Very
nice.
very nice. So yes, everybody was chanting Moondog, and Vince knew that this was not going to fly, trying to push this as a big tag team. So that's when they brought in was it Barry Darso? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
That's when they
so.
brought Barry Darso in. So that's who's in the picture. In the picture is Barry Darso, and then Axe has been the same all the whole
Right.
time.
Yeah, done my Hulk Hogan cup.
Look at that, that's
Nice.
cool, man. Jeez, brother. So that's actually, but it was only like 3 matches. But the guy who was the original Smash was the guy who came up with the damn idea, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And then of course later on they changed Smash down the road at some point. It was for a very short period of time toward the end, and that's when they brought Crush in. The whole thing was a mess, and that's because Ed. God, I can't think of his name. I think it's Ed something. Axe. He was to the point where he couldn't wrestle anymore. He was like getting, But I mean, we're talking in the 90s, and he still does appearances now. It's crazy. So, do you have the answer to my question? Oh, look at that. That's is that Booch or
Luke.
is that Booch or Luke?
Luke, I think.
So I'll tell you a funny story about those guys. So years ago, I worked in wrestling for a short period of time. I worked as a manager for a small federation in Rhode Island. And I had some friends that wrestled. One of my buddies still wrestles. Going to see him again on the 13th of March. It's Saturday the 13th on East Hampton, Mass. But anyway, they wrestled the Bushwhackers a few times on independent shows up and down the East Coast. And one of the funniest things about the Bushwhackers is when they get in the ring with new guys, any new wrestlers that never been in the ring with before, they have this, this funny little thing they like to do, and that's when they get them on the ground or they get them in the corner, they grab them by the junk. They grab them right by the balls and they jiggle it around, So like they'll go for a pin and they'll grab them by the balls to pin them and jiggle the balls. And the wrestlers are always like, what the hell? And they're like, just messing with your mate. It's all right. We're just messing with your mate. Like they're like pranksters. They like joke around, but that's how they joke around, is by grabbing you by the nuts.
Hello,
so what's going
Lisa.
on, Lisa?
Beautiful.
Yeah, and God, wow. Sorry. Okay, wow. Oh God. Oh wow, man. I met one not very nice, wrestler. I have a very, very bad, Well, no, what? Well, oh my God, I didn't know it. Like take it back. I have 2 bad, experiences.
Who was that?
I met Craig Hammer time. He was
Greg the Hammer?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a down of jerk.
All right.
Really?
Yep. And my second pick had to be the Hanky Boy.
Brian Knobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that about Brian Knowles. That he was a jerk.
Well, man, because I was going to get my book signed, from him, and the thing says only eat $10.
Right.
Okay, well, like you said, oh well, know what? I'm gonna make it $5.
He decided to move it to $25.
Yeah,
That's crappy, man.
yeah. Meant he only, but it was with him. I can't think of the name. What? Oh yeah. That was Jim the M Nighthawk. After was with him. Oh wow, man, like Jim the M Nighthawk said, no, I can make a deal. Okay. So so he gave me without no charge. Hang on, let me pop this up.
Excuse me, Ian. Hey Tony, do you know someone named Mascot?
No.
Because Mascot, you are in my basement. Would you type in the chat for me, please, and take whatever you have on your face off?
Dude, that is really cool, Ian. I think that's great.
Yep, a sign.
So someone's sitting there with a mask on, Doris?
Oh, okay.
You know who it is?
Lisa knows them. Hello.
Hey, yeah, Lisa knows me. She's the one that got me to talk to you, Doris.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I wear my mask. So,
Okay. I just didn't know who you were, and as long as somebody I know that knows you, I'm good.
you can have her back me up if you don't believe me.
Yeah, she said in the chat that she knew who you was, so.
Okay. Hey, Lisa, if you're on.
Yeah, she's in the
I
chat.
should have asked before I came on. Sorry.
I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark. Did you make the mask yourself?
Yeah, I do.
Check it. Very cool, man. Very cool. So your mascot, huh?
Everybody likes the bunny.
Oh, there you
that's
go.
cool.
There you go.
Yeah,
Do you have a channel?
No, I don't. I
right.
just pop on people like cool people, and I just like, hey, what's up?
Yeah. Well, I figured if you
Sorry to
had
interrupt
a
you,
channel,
man.
I'd check it out. But I got you, man. That's cool. So you're
Oh, so that you're Lucas Crow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. Yeah, I saw you in there earlier. Okay, yeah.
Hello, Ron, Wicked Canadian. Thank you for joining.
Hey, Lisa.
Gotcha.
I should have asked before I came on.
Oh no, that's cool. I mean, you know, it's cool to have. It's always good to have people to hang out with.
Yeah,
You know.
I was with you guys the other night.
right. You were on the other night. Your name just didn't match. That's why I wasn't sure who you were.
Yeah.
Who's
And I know some people run into problems, but
is that Ron? That's Ron. Ron's here.
yes, Ron's here.
Hey, Ron, what's up?
Mama Cookie's here.
So Ian, we were talking about people that were bad experiences to meet.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you a funny story. So you got this, I was telling you how the Nasty Boys do the nut jiggle. One of the bad stories that I had, my buddy who the guy who still wrestles now, he was running EWA. He bought EWA Wrestling Federation in Maine he bought it from Tony Atlas years ago. And then he kept Tony Atlas on as an employee, and Tony Atlas was the head booker for his federation. And they would book all different kinds of guys, bigger names and stuff like that, and do some fun shows. So they were doing a show, and they brought in Brutus the Barber Beefcake. And he's still doing the barber gimmick. He's still got the shears, and this is back probably 15 years ago. So nowadays he's not, but not that I know of anyway. But so
Right, I know in WCW he came on as the
he was the what was he on there?
Boogeyman.
He was the Boogeyman. He was the Zodiac. He had like 8 gimmicks over there.
Yeah.
But this was after that. He went back to the barber gimmick because that's what he was most popularly known for. Yeah. And so my buddy was the champ at the time. And when you'd bring in a big name like the Disciple, good one, Zanron, awesome, perfect. so they bring him in, and he is, and I'm telling you this story secondhand. I wasn't there for this, but my best friend, so I trust him. So they bring him in, and I guess he shows up with a styrofoam cooler full of beers, and they get in the locker room, and he kind of just goes and sits in the back of the locker room by himself and just starts drinking beers, right? And he's not really associating with the young guys. Now that's one of the cool things about doing a show. We did a show with King Kong Bundy years and years ago, and I got to hang out with King Kong Bundy backstage, like I had a big stable of guys I managed, so I was out there quite a bit. But whenever I wasn't out there, I was hanging out with Bundy because it was just cool, you know. Well, here he comes in, Bruce the Baba Beefcake, and he's just getting loaded in the locker room. And my buddy's got a wrestler, and he's thinking, "Oh man, this guy's just getting trashed," you know. So he ends up going over and talking about the match, you know, and he's like, all right, you know, so we'll do this, we'll do that. They're kind of like setting up the match. And Beefcake's like, listen, we'll get in the ring. You're the champion. It's a non-title match. I'm obviously going over because when you pull one of these guys in, you put them over, you know what I mean? Because they're legends. So he's like, I'm obviously going over. It's a non-title match. I'm going to let you get some offense on me. Do your thing. Beat me up. If you want to hit me with a couple of signature moves, that's cool. Eventually, I'm going to make the hot comeback. I'll beat you into the corner. And then I'm going to put you in the sleeper, put you out, and then I'm going to shave your head. And my buddy goes, all right, well, listen, I don't want you know, I usually do my hair. I shave it down, like I fade it around the sides and the back, and I'm due for a haircut. I didn't get my haircut on purpose. I knew I was wrestling you. So if you want to just shave somewhere on the back or the sides, you can put a bigger line across the back of my head, whatever you want to do. He said that, and Beefcake's like, yeah, whatever, man, that's cool, you know. So they get out in the ring, and Beefcake gives him no offense at all. Just starts wailing on my buddy, wailing on him, right? My buddy's like, what the fuck, you know? So he throws him outside the ring. The ref comes over and he's counting. The ref gets to the ropes and the ref's like, everything all right? He's like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? Like, we had this worked out. I'm the champion here. He's giving me no offense. He's just wailing on me. So he gets back at the ring, and every time he tries to do something, Beefcake just overpowers him. So finally, Beefcake lets him, like, whip him into the corner. And then he comes out of the corner. My buddy goes to clothesline him, and he doesn't go down, and instead just no-sells it and keeps going, you know? So anyhow, all that, and then puts my buddy to sleep, sleeper hold, all that stuff. And then what does he do? He takes out the things and goes right down the middle of his head. Just shaves the line right down the middle of his head.
Like I do.
Yeah. Oh boy. So that was something, you know. But yeah, I don't know, kind of crazy.
Well,
I'm gonna let you guys talk for a moment. I have to get off real quick. I just gotta step away from a moment. Right back.
All right.
Right back.
Wow, man. Oh wow, man. I actually have a very, very good I experienced heating so in like a do you guys ever seen the guy named what's his name Joey Ryan?
No.
Oh.
Well, like he kind of like a big time independent, you know, guy.
Yep.
You know, now he is in TNA.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really watch too much TNA.
Oh,
I used to at one point, but then when they kind of went off the cable TV thing, I kind of lost track of them. And
I kind of like the new one, AE&W.
yeah, that one I've been watching.
Yeah, me too. I was watching Jericho and what's his name?
Moxley.
Yeah, I watched him last night. I was like, wow. And then he took his eye patch off, and I was like, oh, that's Mick Foley trick. taking them out.
Yep.
You passed the torch to him, so it's
Yep.
a lot of resemblance on his fighting.
Yeah. Well, man, because because in my friend like I said in the very next at the very next in the meaning at the next little p- promotion show he bringing in for the fifth time how I can't think of the name. He bringing in like the he boost but whole dog son.
Oh, okay.
Like it's gonna be him, and it's gonna be Fine Brian's son too.
Nice. That's cool.
Okay. Wow. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh dude, because I had already met if Ryan, our son, man, like he was down to earth, the most nicest guy, and he charged me only he charged me only $10 because I found a figure of his of his dad.
Oh, cool.
And well, like you said, I never it's well, because like he told me how the WWE actually when they his dad stuff, and he never get any cash.
Huh.
What like he said he supposed to get only about okay, so let's say his dad make about $25 per his commission. Like he doesn't see none, like no dime, nothing.
So Ian, how long did it take you to get that collection together? You have a lot of figurines.
Well, okay, like well, I meant because I always go to in the each summertime that I always go to the toy thing. You know where they have a whole bunch of booths.
Yep.
And well, I meant because and that was so weird. They have God, well, see, like my friend said, Ian, dude, I think I saw a tub of them, of them, GNs. Man, God, well, like my friend said, always make sure you check, down below first. Well, meant because meant say no like me, meant say like me. It's stupid me, didn't even pay any, close, attention, like.
So is that where they put the older ones? Is down the bottom?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, because. Because. And somebody already bought the like somebody bought almost almost a full thing, and well I meant because and the guy said I think I got a a second box. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, oh yeah. So I said, let me see. What you guys got.
That's like an old school Hulk Hogan. That's one of the big ones too, right?
Yes. And I got
oh my God, John.
Hillbilly Jim.
Hillbilly Jim. Jimmy.
Don't go messing with a country boy.
Ian's got a Hillbilly Jimmy.
And he's still alive.
Yeah. Still damn good for his age too.
Right? Oh my God, Jimmy Snuka.
Yep.
Jimmy Snuka, he's dead.
And one of my favorites.
Oh, Junkyard Dog. He was my favorite.
Oh wow. Oh.
Him and George the Animal Steel were my two favorites.
Mm-hmm. Animal Steel's I knew him before he died.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he was awesome, man. People say I look like him, so.
Yeah, and wow, man, I have to tell you, wow, man, I remember when I was a kid, like also I think I was 3 or 2. Well, I meant because in the a junkie dog actually was in actually was in jail like with my I'm actually with my dad.
Cool.
See, because I still remember, like my mom said, like I went up to him saying, the junkie dog.
Bouncer, I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't believe he ever did.
I don't remember ever seeing one.
The only pig farmers I remember ever having action figures were Henry O. Godwin had one. I'm not sure if Phineas did or not. He probably did, but I don't remember ever seeing one. And
I remember a guy,
Haystacks Calhoun, yeah.
Yeah, he was a big farm
Is
guy.
that Roddy Piper, Ian?
No, that is Tito
Tito Santana. Okay.
Yeah, Haystacks Calhoun. That's you're going way back there, bud.
Right.
Yes, Haystacks Calhoun was. I actually had a dog when I was younger, named Haystacks, and he named after.
There's Roddy Piper.
So.
Yep.
No,
Yeah,
that's
Lemon's Cake.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Roddy.
Yeah.
Piper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rest
Yeah.
is
Only, but his paint. Meant say I have to like figure out how I can actually, like we hang him.
Yeah, Uncle Elmer was a big fella, but unfortunately for Uncle Elmer was like a friend of the family, I think, or something of Hillbilly Jim.
Yeah.
And so they Uncle Elmer was old when he started wrestling. He was in no shape and had no right being in the ring for the shape he was in his age. But it was a favor of a friend, and mostly wrestling tag team matches. They did that Uncle Elmer wedding, and Mean Gene, God rest that guy. He's
right.
Yeah, love Mean Gene. You going to bed? Love you. Good night.
I bet you probably don't know like who that is.
That's Paul Orndorff.
Yeah.
You're so disappointed in me. You don't know who this is. We both go, Paul enough. You go, yeah.
Okay.
You'd be hard pressed to.
Oh, that's freaking
Can you put that closer?
what the hell's his name?
It's not Ted Arcidi, right?
He
Yep.
used to do the. Oh, I thought
Yeah.
that was Hercules.
Nope. Well, because they do have well, like my friend as he said like whole bunch of them romance, because I told him if you can find like Ifeomi, a Miss Elizabeth, and Bobby the Brain.
I just want to comment real quick on Bouncer Slabs thing. Vern Gagne and Nick Bockwinkel, absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Those are old school wrestling guys. Greg Gagne, the only reason why Greg Gagne was a wrestler is because his dad owned a federation. He wasn't that good, but he was a staple for years. So I understand why you could miss the character. But yeah, but no, awesome, man. I grew up when I was growing up. I was watching those guys when the independents would come on TV. A lot of Bruno Sammartino, Ivan Putski. Ian was just showing us the Ted Arcidi doll. I've been watching a lot of Ted Arcidi. Billy Jack Haynes, Ken Patera. So yeah, definitely.
Well, that's like when I was getting all my stuff together for the Bobby Blaze thing. I was watching some Smoky Mountain wrestling matches because he was like champion there. And
well, I was talking to a buddy of mine. So my buddy Johnny Idol does a podcast called Idol Podcast.
Yep.
Johnny Idol was a independent wrestler up and down the East Coast for 23 years.
Right. He was on. I think I saw his name a couple of times.
He was. I don't know if he wrestled in Smoky Mountain or not, but like
it might have been in one of the other, because the network has independence channel, so it's like some of the older independent circuits. So maybe it was one of those I saw.
He's one of the guys I was telling you guys about last night or whatever, about how him and my buddy, like, they trained like Mercedes, who is now Sasha Banks, and all those guys and stuff. But he now does a podcast anyway, and he invites wrestlers on. He invites on musicians and stuff, because he does music and all that kind of stuff. But what the hell? But anyway, yeah, kind of cool, and kind of kind of need to talk to him about different stuff. But when I talked to him and told him that you were doing the interview with Bobby Blaze, he knew right away. He was like, Smoky Mountain Wrestling? I was like, yeah. My buddy Jeremy said the same thing. He's like, oh, yeah, Smoky Mountain Wrestling. I know that guy. And I was like, yeah, he was enhancement talent in WWF and WCW at the ends of his career, but in the middle, Smoky Mountain, Right.
So. That's like, I never knew that there were independents in Africa. He wrestled in Africa.
Yeah, there's independence in every country. The wrestling's all across the world,
Yeah.
But it's just whether or not, we don't ever see it, like,
right.
I think, you'd be hard pressed to find, video on YouTube or anywhere else of like,
right.
Wrestling from Ghana, or Iceland, I don't know, maybe not every country has it, but it seems like every country does. So
right.
Crazy.
I like Japanese. I like sumo wrestling. You can learn stuff off it.
So sumo wrestling's pretty impressive, really. You look at the size of those guys and how fast they move.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a 3-second match, but it's amazing how fast those big fat bastards come flopping.
Right.
And they go, like,
I mean, look at Yokozuna. He did.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. He could move.
Yeah. He could move. He wasn't a true Yokozuna,
right?
And he wasn't Japanese.
No,
but a Yokozuna is a sumo wrestling champion.
Oh, okay.
So that's what a Yokozuna is. When you win in sumo wrestling, you become a Yokozuna. So his name was a play on the champion from sumo wrestling.
Oh, okay. I never knew
that. Just a severely overweight cousin of Roman Reigns. That's all he is. But
yeah, his real name was like Ron something.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and he looked Hi Bashful. He looked like he was Japanese, kind of. So they pulled it off.
Yep.
But, all right, I gotta go away for one more second. Sorry, kids are
Okay,
getting down.
that's fine.
So, what's your thought about John Cena? He's
I think the older he gets, the more
Wow.
it looks like Ernest goes to camp. I'll be right back.
Okay.
okay.
I'm kind of glad he's back, but I know he's not going to stay. So it's like,
Yeah. If
I'm
you want,
kind of glad that he's almost admitting that he's going to be part-time, just to give the full-timers the chance to get their opportunity at some of the bigger pay-per-views. I mean, because when he was on Friday, he had said that he knew that if he really wanted to be at Mania, all he had to say was, I want to do this at Mania, and
yeah.
that it would happen just because of who he was. But I think it'll be a good match between him and The Fiend at Mania.
Yeah, me too.
But at first, so we live in New Hampshire, which is right next to Boston. So we know a lot about John Cena being here. And
Yeah.
at first, when they first had the lights go out, I was like, they are not going to have The Fiend take out John Cena in Boston. There would be a riot.
Well, John Cena's on YouTube today. I was watching him and Wild Brothers, the guy with the mask.
Yep.
I think they are teaming up. And
that'll be cool.
what John Cena is going to do, he's going to kill himself off as John Cena, the good guy, and then
come
when
back
he
as
comes
a
back,
heel.
he's going to be a badass motherfucker.
Oh.
Because we've never seen John
Right, he's
Cena
never been bad.
Yeah, that'll be fucking cool.
Yeah, it will be.
I mean, look at all the bad guys. I mean, some of them are getting lame. I mean, Jericho, I mean, he's getting fat, lazy.
Yeah. I
He
thought
don't look
I
any
said that
better.
the other night. I was like, somebody had asked me what I thought about him, and I was
Yeah,
just
I
like,
was
was
watching
that you?
a video of him.
I was just like, I think he's out of weight, he's out of shape, he's fat, he's old, and he just needs to retire.
Yeah, and Brock Lesnar is getting weak.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think so too. He's nothing like he used to be.
No,
I mean, granted, he was 20 years younger then, but still.
yeah.
Yeah.
He needs to go off Raw and get in shape, get better, go back in kickboxing or do something.
Exactly.
I mean, wrestling is getting him soft.
Yeah.
I mean, he used to go and break somebody's back and arm. I mean, now he's just getting somebody to whip his ass.
Right.
Okay. Well, man, because I really think it's going to happen right at WrestleMania. It's because I really think that Raul McIntyre will be the next World Heavyweight
I think so too.
Yeah.
Especially after how he pretty much dominated Brock
Yeah,
on Raw.
but that's what I was talking about. I mean, Brock is like, he's getting
Right, he's getting slow.
yeah. So yeah, I think instead of John Cena going off, I think Brock should go off for at least 2 months, get in shape,
Right.
go badass again. But that's what I was talking about. John Cena might go bad, and I think Brock's going to be going good. So I think that's going to be a mix-up.
Yeah.
Because if you really watch Mr. McMahon, he's changing things around.
Yep.
I mean,
I wish that Cena would go bad. I was so excited when he came out at WrestleMania and he was the Doctor of Thugonomics, and I was thinking, oh shit, finally he's going to come back once in a while and he's going to be the Doctor of Thugonomics. And then he comes back as ass John Cena.
Well, Lucas was just saying he saw Cena on YouTube today saying that after Mania he's going to come back he's going to drop his Cena persona and come back as a bad guy.
yeah, he's going to have a new look. I think he's going to go gangster, because if you look at his hair and his attitude,
Throwing it out again.
it reminds me of one of those old Italian guys from
Yep.
the old 50s, 20s. That'd be kind of cool. I mean,
it'd be cool. I hope that he's 100% honest in that video that you watched. I really do. But he's so into acting, and he has so much going on in the act, just like The Rock, that it's hard to commit to coming in and being any kind of character, because they just do the one-offs and hope they don't get hurt. You know what I mean?
Well, and he may be coming back just to get that other, because Ian Lucas was saying that he was with some other people, so maybe he's just coming back to get them started,
maybe,
and then they'll kind of drop off once they get a kickoff.
Yeah, they got a lot of new people, a lot of new guys coming on. That AEW, there's a lot of new young guys kicking ass. So there's a guy in there on that one episode last night. He had his hands in his pockets. He was doing backflips.
That's
Orange
Orange
Cassidy.
Cassidy.
Yeah,
That's his
awesome.
whole gimmick. Like,
yeah, he makes wrestling look bad. I can't stand him. He stands there with his hands in his pockets and basically shows you that anybody can do wrestling. You can do wrestling with your hands in your pockets. It makes wrestling look bad. We all know wrestling isn't real. Well, if you don't know, sorry, but it's not
Some
real.
is.
People do get hurt and all that, but I mean, it's a scripted acrobatic show, really.
Yeah.
A guy like Orange Cassidy, though, to come out and wrestle a match with his hands in his pocket, to me, that's disrespectful to the business. That's how I look at it. I mean, you can look at it.
I would love to see him versus Rey Mysterio. That'll be
Right.
awesome.
it's funny. I was watching a video today, and it was one of those dirt sheet videos, and it's a guy I can't stand. I don't know why I still even watch his videos. Because nothing he says ever comes true.
You got to type his name in the private chat, because I got to see if I know who that is.
But he was saying that Vince McMahon is dropping Ricochet because he's too small. I'm like, really? Look at freaking Rey Mysterio, who is like dominated.
Oh, Rey Mysterio, he's got his own. He's training young men.
Right.
That's why he's stepping down for a while.
Right. I'm like, if Vince McMahon had something against smaller guys, Rey Mysterio would have never held every championship there was to be held in WWE.
He beat Brock Lesnar. I mean,
Right.
that's the whole thing.
Right, I
when
think
you
it was
you
he
have to
wrestled the
suspend
Giant. It's like
He beat the Giant too, didn't he?
Look
He
at
beat
Big
Paul
Show.
White.
I think he did beat
lost
the
all that
Giant.
weight. Now he's a bodybuilder looking like.
Yeah.
Big Show looks great. He's old. He's 44.
He's 48 years old.
Is he 48? So yeah, he's getting up there. So anyway, he finally looks amazing. You know, I got to tell you, I was like a little kid when he came out, like 2 months ago, whatever. When he made that one night comeback on Monday Night Raw, and he teamed with Samoa Joe, I think, and Kevin Owens, was it?
Yeah.
And when they hit that music, jeez, that was awesome. Back when Big Show had hair, true story. I'm like 5'11", but I used to get kids run up to me at Walmart and they're looking like, "Are you the Big Show?" Because I used to have the same haircut he had, and I
It's
kind of
funny
have the same eyes. I have like
My two nieces used to say that Jimmy was really the Big Show. But that was because every time Jimmy cut his hair, the Big Show would cut his hair. If the Big Show had a beard, Jimmy would happen.
Well,
to
that's
have
what was happening with me. Like it was like lining up right, you know. And this little kid come up to me one day at Walmart. I'll never forget. It was late at night. I had no idea why his mom had him at Walmart, but it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. I had gotten done tending bar all night, and I went down just to buy some DVDs, you know, and walk around Walmart. And this kid comes around the corner. He bumps right into me. Also, he looks at me. He's like, "Oh," he's like, "Are you the Big Show?" And I was like, "No." He goes running away, and he runs around the corner, and I hear him going, Mom, it's the Big Show. It's the Big Show, Mom. It's the Big Show. You gotta come." And he drags his mom around the corner, and he looks, and he's like, "Look, it's the Big Show." And his mom goes, I don't know if that's the Big Show. And she's just looking at me, and I'm like, you know. And then he's like, "It is the Big Show." So I looked at him, and I was like, "All right, kid, listen. I want you to be good for your mom, all right? And when you go to school, I want you to do the best you can." And he was like, "Okay, Big Show, okay." And the mom just looks at me and gives me a wink, and they go walking away, you know. So, why not, you know? But yeah, I used to. It's funny, I had the old WWE the Music or WWF the Music, whatever CD in my van. It's an Astro van. And and I had these big speakers in, so it was loud as hell. And I would put on the Big Show's music. I'd pull up in traffic, and kids would just be looking over at me, and you could see like they were kind of inquisitive, you know. And I'd put the music on and blare it like at a stoplight, and the kids would start freaking out, thinking I was the Big Show. It was awesome.
Right, Lisa, Ink, Dink, Pink, and Tink, was it?
Who? Tink?
The Doink and the Midgets.
Oh yeah, Doink and the Midgets. Trying to remember.
I know the
Dink.
original one was Dink.
Yeah.
And then when they did the Survivor Series match, I think it was Pink, Ink, Tink, and Dink, I think.
Pink and Dink? Or are you thinking of the clown guy?
Yeah, with Doink.
Yeah, I know who you
And
mean.
then Jerry Lawler had his, or was there only, no, there was only 3. Okay, so,
Dunk the clown.
yeah, so it must have been Pink, Ink, and Dink.
It's funny you mentioned the midget wrestlers. Or, sorry, let's be politically correct. The little people wrestlers. Anyway, the midgets. But anyway, my buddy sent me a thing recently. He's been going through some tough times, and I said to him, you know, I said he said to me, you know, hey, how's it going? I said, I've been good, man. How you been? You know, and he goes, here's an actual picture of me, carrying around my burdens in life or something, and he sends me a picture of Hillbilly Jim standing in the ring at WrestleMania 2 holding Lord Littlebrook, the little fat midget, and after King Kong Bunny splashed him, you know, he's got him in his arms. He's like literally me carrying my problems around.
Right?
So what's up, Gamer? How you doing, brother?
Gamer.
Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty funny, man. The midget wrestlers were great. I still love them.
Yeah, they were. They could take some, oh my God, they used to
Kid.
be thrown around.
There was a guy who wrestled, I think he wrestled in ECW, I think, at one point. I'm not sure. But he wrestled around here in the Independence, and his name was Half Nelson. And it was him and Tiny the Terrible, those two guys, man. Like, they fought each other, like, every show because you just don't get a lot of midgets showing up. So it was just always the same two, you know. But, man, they were funny guys, man. Tiny the Terrible had a attitude like you read about. He would, Tiny the Terrible, like, if anybody, like, looked at him the wrong way, he'd be like, just because you're full size, you think I'm going to whoop your ass? I'll whoop your ass. Like, he was like such a tough guy.
That's funny.
Man. Yeah.
Oh my God. The Tasmanian Kid. Yep. Bouncer said the Tasmanian Kid was his favorite midget wrestler.
The Tasmanian Kid. I'm trying to think of who. Are we frozen? No.
I don't think so.
Oh, I gotta refresh my. There we go. All right. Hey, oh crap! I had the pop out. Pop out's gone.
Pop out's
Back.
gone.
There we go. I got it back. I think.
Gone.
Yeah, I liked. I mean, I know he's more recent, but I liked Hornswoggle. I liked him in certain. I didn't like what they did with him. I thought it was stupid. They did, you know. But I've seen interviews with him and stuff, and he's actually a single dad, and he works really hard and works on independence and raises his kid, and you know, he seems like a real decent, like he's really trying hard in life to be.
Well, and I know that I've seen some like documentaries, and they had said that when he was in WWE, he was like well respected among the other wrestlers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's Vince McMahon's son. Kidding.
Okay, so apparently Tasmanian Kid was during the AWA days.
Oh, the AWA days. All right. In April, I'm going to WWE Live. That's sweet, man. That's real sweet.
Yeah.
AWA. So I watched AWA when I was a kid. I watched a lot of ICW, you know, Jumpin' Joe Savolti and Eric Spracia. Those guys, some of those guys were in AWA as well. I think in AWA at the time, I think Tully Blanchard was big in AWA at one point.
Yep.
It's so funny because now when you look back and you realize what it literally was like, these weren't federations like WWE and AEW are. No. These were territories. So, like, you would watch NWA and you would see Tully Blanchard and Arn Anderson as the tag team champions. And then you'd watch AWA the next night and Tully Blanchard would be on there as a good guy. Or, you know, they tried to keep them the same because they were so close. But, like, you would see differences. Like, he'd be on there fighting, you know, somebody totally different that, you know, it was just weird. It was strange.
Right, back then it was whoever had work for them, they would go.
Well, that was it. And, you know, they were worth money. They drew fans. But the thing was, like, they didn't really think too much of it because they didn't think you'd get much crossover. But then you get a guy like me who ended up with like Channel 56 here in Massachusetts. You could get anything on that channel, you know, and old wrestling shows were all over the place. Man, there was, what is going on? I must have notifications on for way too many people. Like, my phone just keeps lighting up videos. Like, piss off. Gosh.
Yeah, I remember doing that. I mean, I've said a couple of times on Saturday mornings, that's what we would do. We would watch all the different wrestling programs because they were all on one right after the other. And
I never knew WWF was on during the day on Saturdays. So what I would
think
do is,
they were on at night, but the rest of them were during the day, I think.
well, I watched for years. I would go to my grandparents lived across the street, and my grandfather would come over at like 10:45 and walk us across the street. My grandmother would have the bed all set up. My grandparents would stay up late on Saturdays just so my grandfather could watch wrestling. She'd have the bed all set up in the room, all the pillows against the wall in the back, and she would have a tray with like fruit punch and cookies. And my grandparents and myself, and sometimes one or two of my brothers would come over, would sit along the back wall of that bed, and we'd watch for 2 hours of wrestling from 11 o'clock till 1 in the morning. And it was the first hour was always either NWA, AWA, or ICW, and it changed week to week. You didn't know what the fuck you were getting. You were just getting whatever wrestling show the network picked up that week, you know. But from midnight to 1 in the morning, it was always WCCW, World Class Championship Wrestling.
Yep.
You know, we all know the Von Erichs, Terry Gordy, Michael P.S. Hayes, Abdullah the Butcher, Bruiser Brody, the Missing Link. You know, that was all WCCW back then. And it was pretty cool and pretty intense. And then my grandfather called me one day and said, "Hey, I got this videotape I picked up at Spencer Furniture, which is a furniture store 2 towns over that just recently closed, actually, but they used to have a video rental area." And he picked up WrestleMania, and he said, "It's this new federation that we don't watch, but it's like a 3-hour special. We should watch it." And we watched it, and we were like, "Holy crap!" I remember I was so young. What are we going to WrestleMania 36 this year?
Yeah, I think WrestleMania was like an 80 or 81, I want to say, something, or 84.
84, I think, or
Something like
85.
that.
85. What WrestleMania are we hitting this year?
I want to say it's like 37. It might be 36. You might be right.
All right, so either way, so I was like 8, right?
Yeah.
And I just remember thinking, wow, like, this is so much better than what we're watching. The production value was so much better. It was a pay-per-view. We didn't know what the fuck pay-per-view was. By the time WrestleMania 2 rolled around, I was so deep into WWE, or WWF at the time, that I knew who everybody was. And I actually went to the Worcester Memorial Auditorium in Worcester, Massachusetts, and watched WrestleMania 2 because they did it from 3 different locations, and they showed it on closed circuit pay-per-view television.
Yeah.
And then they had, back then, it wasn't like you couldn't get pay-per-views in your house. You literally went to an auditorium and sat and watched it on a big TV.
Because I remember Lowell, we lived in Lowell at the time. Lowell Auditorium had it on there. They had a big screen.
Yeah, and that's what we
had
went
to go there to watch it.
And we watched it, and it was amazing because they would jump in from 3 different locations across the country. That alone was mind-blowing. This is live, and they're jumping. Like, WWF was so cutting edge and ahead of the time of what was being done in television at the time, as far as live location jumps and this. It was actually pretty amazing. But I love that. That was a great one. I believe we watched WrestleMania 3 at the Centrum.
Yeah.
So we went to the Centrum for WrestleMania 3, and those are the only 2 we went to just watch it on a TV somewhere, you know. After that, we waited until it came out on video and just watched them. And then by the time like 6 or 7 came around, you know, me and my buddies were chipping together our fucking paper route money to rent these fucking things, you know. So
I remember spending months when you could finally get them on cable. Spending months begging my father, "Please, Dad, please."
It's amazing how like they're still not that different in price now than they were then. It was always so ridiculous, you know. I'm hoping to get to watch WrestleMania this year. I'm hearing by the time WrestleMania comes around, WWE might be shutting down the network by then, you know.
Yeah.
So that's what I hear. That really sucks, you know. But I didn't realize this Sunday is Elimination Chamber.
Yep.
I didn't realize it was this week. I was texting with a buddy of mine today, and I was like, oh man, you know, I was like, because him and I he was down in Florida, and we always text during all the pay-per-views and talk, you know. And And I sent him a text, say, hey man, how you doing? Blah blah. He says, good. I say, cool, yeah. I say, Elimination Chamber's coming in a few weeks, man. I'll talk to you then. And then he was like, and then he sends me a text back. He's like, it's this Sunday, dude. I'm like, what? I had no idea. That's what happens when you don't have live TV to watch wrestling on. Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. Paul Orndorff was a lot of people's least favorite wrestler, which means he did a great job doing it.
Exactly. He was an awesome heel because that's basically what their job is to do, is to get you to hate them.
Right. Lisa, they're shutting down the network because it doesn't generate a lot of revenue, and they're a publicly traded company. And when you're a publicly traded company and people get pissed that they're not making enough money on their stocks, you have to kind of listen to what they want to do. The problem with the network is they sustain a good viewership rating on there, and they sustain a good pack of people. But too many people sign up and watch the pay-per-view and then cancel and then sign up with a different credit card. And then too many people have an account and they share that account with 20 other people.
Yeah,
there's too much of that shit going on. There's not enough people who actually pay the $10 a month. I'll be honest with you. I've watched every pay-per-view for the past 6 years on WWE Network, and I've never.
Same thing with me. As soon as it came out, I got it because I'm like, I can watch all the pay-per-views.
But I'm part of the problem. I'm part of the problem. I've never paid. I just had a buddy who was just like, "Hey, man, just use mine." I was like, "Okay," and I just always have.
Well, and I know that they had one of the ideas they had was to get a tier program for it.
Yeah.
To where you could pay the $9.99, I think $11.99, and then $12.99 or $14.99, and depending on what you paid was what you got to see.
Yep.
So if you got the lowest thing, you would basically just see clips like you can on the YouTube channel or on the WWE.com thing. If you paid the $11.99 thing, you could see some of their programming and some of the pay-per-views. And then if you paid the $14.99, apparently they had talked about getting some of the other independents paying to have WWE show their programs on the network. And that's what you would get if you paid the $14.99. You would get to see all the other independent networks.
Right. So Mama Cookie, yes, they're still going to air it, not on TV. It'll be on pay-per-view. So you still have to go back to the old school way of, basically instead of paying $9.99 a month and getting the pay-per-views, they're going to go back to the fucky in the butt method. Where you're going to pay $44.99 per pay-per-view or whatever. Or they're going to use an online streaming service where it'll be a little less money, but nothing's going to beat $10 a month.
Right.
Because they do a pay-per-view per month, and if you're paying per pay-per-view, even if they cut the pay-per-view price in half to $19.99, you're still paying double you're paying for the network. So
yeah.
But, I don't know.
I can talk to my friend. I'm friends with Ryback.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I text him. If you watch YouTube, he's got programs about eating. He was on live screen like we are.
So Mama Cookie, their regular shows will still be on TV, like Raw and SmackDown and NXT.
Yeah.
But as far as like the monthly pay-per-views, like the special events, those you would have to pay the $44.95 that Tony's talking about.
How did you end up becoming friends with Ryan Reeves?
Oh, I texted him. I was like, "Hey, man, I'm a big fan of yours, and I've been watching your every episode on YouTube. I'm a big fan." And he texted me, "Hey, come on live screen." And I was like, "Really?" And he's like, "Okay." And then he zoomed me up.
Huh.
Yeah, I had a different mask by then, but I was on there for close to a little bit.
That's cool.
And he gave me a little description. He told me if I give everybody to watch this live screen on YouTube, he'd give me some tickets to SmackDown.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the tickets.
Yeah, right.
I think he just forgot about me. He's busy, He's coming back soon.
He doesn't have. He's doing what?
He's coming back to Raw. He's gonna have a new look and everything.
Really?
Yep. And he's gained weight because he wanted to get bigger and stronger. Mm-hmm. But like Jericho, they switched around. Jericho went fat, and so will Ryback. But he's not going to go overboard on the weight. He's just going to get bigger like Big Show. You still have the big arms and everything, but he's happy and eating. He's never eaten fast food in his life.
Wow.
That's why he's on that show on YouTube eating everything you can think of.
Mhm.
And he's telling everybody what's good, what's not, and healthy stuff.
Well, he eats fast food in that too. I watched him eat the fucking chicken sandwich from KFC. I watched him eat the chicken sandwich from Popeyes. I watched him eat a Whopper,
Yep.
Impossible Whopper.
Yep.
He's eating a lot of fast food nowadays.
Yeah.
But on just for the review purpose of it, okay, I was subscribed to his channel for a little while, but like the hype of Ryback and who he is and how he acts, like, comes through in those videos. I listen to way too many wrestling shows talking about how Ryback to me is like the modern day Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said it'd be coming out image of some famous wrestler. He wouldn't tell me who, and now you just gave me the idea. Hulk Hogan's actually coming back, for a little while, and there's like a image of somebody on Raw is going to be the next generation of Hulk Hogan, not take over Hulk Hogan's style, but
Right.
similar. And
Well, when I
Ryback,
say Ultimate Warrior, I mean the fact that the Ultimate Warrior actually believed that he was the Ultimate Warrior.
Right.
He
Yeah.
didn't think he was Wig anymore. He thought he was Warrior. He actually legally changed his name to Warrior.
Yeah, but he did.
Bought into it so much that he believed that he was the character that he was. And Ryan Reeves is the same way. He understands that he's Ryan Reeves, but he really is in this whole fucking Ryback thing. He thinks he's Ryback. Like, he thinks that, like, that's a real person,
uh-huh.
And it's one of the reasons why, I mean, if anybody, and he can say what he wants either way, but if anybody really believes that he doesn't want to wrestle, and you're only fooling yourself, but there's a reason why nobody will hire you sometimes, So if he does come back, I'd love to see him back. I actually liked Ryback. I thought he was good. But from what I've heard, he doesn't wrestle because nobody wants to hire him because he's so full of his character.
Actually, what happened is he got injured.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to have it all over the news. He got his shoulder collarbone broke from the one match, so he went off for a while. Mr. McMahon automatically fired him because he wanted the time to get healed up. You can watch his show. You'll tell everybody.
I've seen the show. I remember hearing him say that. And it may be true, but
yeah, something with the hamstring.
mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's been healthy for a while, and he's still not back. He hasn't gotten hired by NWA, Ring of Honor, New Japan, AEW, WWE. I'm just saying, like,
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I've never watched the show. I've heard that he.
I think he's sellable. I think he's marketable. I hope he comes back. I think they sell a ton of fucking Ryback t-shirts. Little kids love that guy. I didn't mind him. I thought Ryback was pretty good. He's a guy's a beast. He's a fucking jank. I think personally, and this I'm just some fucking fat guy who watches wrestling. I think he's a little sloppy in the ring because I think he gets a little too like he goes so much. I think that but
yeah.
But I'd love to see him back. I really would. I gotta tell you, I'm fucking bored of what's going on now. It's
right?
stale,
I know that's the thing. It's like saying
on that AEW now because it's got more action, more blood.
Right.
I mean, shit.
I haven't seen any of it. I only see what they put on YouTube because I don't have cable. On purpose, we got rid of cable. We don't use Hulu and some other shit. But I'm wondering if Matt Hardy debuted tonight. I would imagine he's going to be debuting soon. He released a video on YouTube today. And
so Lucas got to see it. Oh, were you talking about the dark match from last night for AEW? Oh, okay. I was going to say
yeah.
Matt Hardy was?
No. He was talking about apparently Moxley was John Moxley.
Was that dark match AEW?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a champ, right?
Yep. He won the championship over the weekend.
Well,
which I'm
Matt
very
Hardy
happy about.
Does his Being the Delete, whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, and he was apparently they released a video on his YouTube channel with him with the Young Bucks.
The Young Bucks showed up at his house, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I mean, and there are rumors that he's supposed to be the leader of the Dark Order.
Yeah.
That they haven't released yet of who it is.
I heard it's gonna be Raven.
I've heard that too. Like there's a couple of people they said, I think Raven, Matt Hardy, and I think there was one other person that they said could possibly be.
Matt Hardy quits.
What the hell?
It says here, WWE fans angry at live events. Matt Hardy quits for real.
I saw the video he put out yesterday. He was like, I don't know where I'm going. I may end up back in WWE. I just need some time away, blah, blah. And then the next day, the Young Bucks show up at his house.
Oh, so. Randy Orton
even like
Matt Hardy after apologizing to Edge. So, yeah, Randy Orton took him out.
Well, I know that, Randy Orton took him out a couple of weeks ago. And I know that Jeff Hardy was on the backstage show last night. And
he's come back with a new gimmick or something, right?
Yeah, and he was like, when they asked him about Matt Hardy, I guess all he would say was that he was glad that they were both into their careers enough that they could separate and do their own thing. And he wouldn't elaborate on like what Matt was going to be doing.
So who the hell is going on? See, who is this?
Hello, love.
Yeah, you can leave me in the basement.
Oh, okay. Fine. I'll leave you in the basement.
Bye, Jimmy. Nice talking to Jimmy.
So do I kick you from the studio?
Just kick him out. Fucking get rid of him.
Never.
Thanks, Tony.
So JBL's going in the Hall of Fame. That's cool. But what was I looking at? Oh, so I opened up Bleacher Report. That's where I go for a lot of my wrestling news. And hey, Susan. Sorry, I didn't see you there. And I was looking to see if Matt Hardy showed up on AEW, and he's not there. But I see Cody Rhodes standing in the ring with Jake the fucking Snake Roberts. What's that?
DDP there a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, I've seen DDP there, but DDP is, he showed up to Royal Rumbles over the past couple of years and stuff. He's in great shape. Jake, I know Jake's lost a lot of weight. He's doing really good. He's healthy. He's sober, but I wasn't expecting to see him on AEW. It's weird.
So, James, you want me to just leave you in the basement?
Well, apparently, they don't want me to join you.
Oh.
Hello.
Come on by for moose soup.
Right?
Moose soup.
Hell yeah.
Come on, Jimmy.
Now I'm going to turn all these freaking swag on here.
Jimmy mascot is Lucas.
I know. I've been listening.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go. And get the light on.
When he was in the basement, he kind of freaked me out. I'm like, who the hell is that?
Well, yeah, I can see that.
Well, wait till tomorrow night. I'll have a scarier man.
Yeah, Lisa was the one that was like, oh, that's Lucas. I know him. I'm like, oh, okay.
Right.
Because I'm like, Tony, do you know someone named Mascot?
Well, when I first popped in there, I thought it was Bobby Blaze having fun.
Well,
when he first popped on the screen, I thought it was God the Good One.
Right.
David sent me a message on Twitter. Bobby had to reschedule.
That's okay.
So he's going to get a couple of dates for the next couple of Wednesdays and see what works.
Right.
And I said that was fine. And Tony was like, well, just turn it into a regular discussion then.
That's right.
Yep.
Screw it.
All. We've had quite a few people in here, so
Yeah. At one point I had 12.
yeah, he still got 9. So
And Ian, the Wrestling King, actually came up on panel.
yeah, I saw that
First time I met him.
with his.
He has a huge collection. Oh my
yeah,
god!
I know.
Very far out.
Oh shit! Fucking mascot, why don't you do a fucking YouTube channel?
Oh, I tried.
I mean,
Right,
you have to do
even
a lot of
with-
fucking
yeah.
even if you just did just live streams or something, you know.
I was gonna say, I think your mask would be a good seller,
Well, yeah, it is what it is.
but
Yeah. I don't know how to talk, and I'm not very open. I'm just standing here staring at you guys, freaking out people. That's what I do for fun. I love wrestling, so I was like, hey, you guys love wrestling? I'm going to
yeah,
join.
I'm a wicked wrestling fanatic.
I got a couple of
Yeah.
friends.
And you saw last night, every time Jimmy does a live stream, if I'm on panel, it ends up turning into a wrestling conversation because a lot of his subscribers know I'm a wrestling fan.
3 or 4 different times. Yeah.
What do you think about this? So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm always looking at wrestling, and I'm always looking who's changing. I mean, look at the Dusty Boys. I mean, Goldust is all red and blood.
Yeah.
Cody, he looks like his brother. Blonde hair, all gold.
Yeah.
Goldust is in the best shape of his life right now,
Right?
too.
He is. He's an
And he's
awesome.
wrestling like a 19-year-old. It's unbelievable.
I'm going to look up how old that guy is. I forget how old.
I'll bet he's 40.
I was gonna say, I think he's like my age. He's been wrestling as long as I can remember. So he's got to be in his early to mid 40s.
I think he's 48 or 49, maybe 50. I remember when he debuted.
I miss Rhodey.
Right, Lisa? Even on Lisa's stream.
Literally every time, Lisa, it cracks me up. And I always feel bad.
Yeah, he doesn't go as Goldust. He goes as Dusty Rhodes. He goes after his dad's style, and he's dressed all in red.
Yeah, I think he's
That's cool.
on there. I think his
Dustin Patrick Runnels was born in 1969. He will be 51 years
oh
old.
shit, he's your age, Jimmy.
April 11th.
Wow.
He's 51.
Yeah.
Yep. Crazy, huh?
Yeah, right.
Bro.
Yeah.
Dusty was awesome. His old man was awesome. Awesome.
So yeah, I edited one of my old school videos today, and we actually talked about it. I think on one of my streams, the raw episode where Gorilla Monsoon throws Bobby Heenan out by the seat of his pants. The end of the show, he like picks him out. So I'll probably be putting that up tomorrow because I loaded 2 videos today. So just not to overload people.
I'll tell you who loads up some videos. He might be in here listening right now, hanging out, chilling. I didn't see him type yet, but he may be listening. It's fucking Nora.
Yeah,
Right.
he does.
I got a notification today that Nora has a video scheduled to release on the 5th of June.
Yep.
He's up to June now.
Yeah.
And the one he's releasing in June is from October last year.
Yeah.
Train. Oh, man.
Wow.
Oh, being way ahead of the game.
Yep. And they just come out. It's all scheduled, and
Yep.
he didn't. It's like, man,
I mean,
It's funny when I went on his stream the other
Can
night.
you tell I got a new cat?
nice.
Aw.
Yeah.
You're
That's
not,
from my
you're not supposed to wrestle with it.
Jake,
Dude, I don't. I go to sleep and I wake up to him beating the fucking shit, scratching me.
When we first got Thomas, I would go to work and people be like, "What the hell happened to you, cat?" And same thing when we got the baby chickens. I literally have a scar on one of my arms from one of them because they like just would freak out when they were on my arm,
Mhm.
and their little talons are like the kittens'
Yeah.
nails.
Susan, I don't sleep that good because I literally I woke up last night at 3:00 in the morning and he's got his teeth sunk into my calf under the blanket. You know, so I like it when I pin him down for a moment. I hold him down so he can't move. As soon as I let go, he comes shooting up off me with that blanket, takes off. You know, he's psycho. Nuts. He's a kitten and he's having fun like most kittens do. But he does it in the middle of the night or be sleeping. You nobody play with him, so he wakes you up.
You need mice.
I know, right?
You
Oh,
do.
no.
That's why our cat doesn't bother us at night.
So, update on Nancy. She needs a lot of prayer. She has a severe infection on the outlining of her lungs. They need to get all the blood out, but she has a bad pneumonia.
Oy.
So they're having a hard time.
They're trying to get.
Her temp is down to 102.
Yeah, I know how that is. I had pneumonia like 2017. It was a bitch getting it out.
Yeah, well, Nancy's a friend of ours that has a lot of health problems,
Yeah.
and she's been battling one thing after another for like as long as I've known her.
I got rid of mine by drinking a whole bottle of whiskey, and then I just puked it all up, and then boom, the next morning I felt good. And I was over my pneumonia.
Right.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
It's funny. It's been a long time, but that's what right now. Pneumonia is what kills people with this coronavirus bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, CC Chill. Welcome.
Uh oh. I know what's about to happen.
Hey, Slabby, just so you know, they took all but 3 of those away the other night.
All the likes.
Yeah. Because remember, it ended with like 114.
Mhm.
Well, when it was done posting, it only had 64.
This isn't Slabby though. This is actually somebody else.
Yeah, it's one of his friends. He said Slabby sent him.
Yeah. Slabby's in the room and he can hear me.
I know.
Hey, what's your thought of Jake the Snake coming back to wrestling?
And
I think
AEW.
it would be cool. I think it's going to be one of those that it's not going to be as good as when he originally wrestled.
Yeah, but still an old legend coming back to fight Cody Rhodes. I think it'd be cool.
I think it's funny. I think it's funny that AEW started out by saying we're not going to be a bunch of old guys. We're gonna highlight the new guys, the young kids in wrestling that don't get a shot because they're not big stars already.
And they kept saying they don't want all the old
And look what they're doing.
guys.
Bringing back Matt Hardy, Jake the Snake, DDP. Any old
Bret
person
Hart's
that'll
coming
go.
back too.
Yeah. Who?
Bret Hart's coming back.
Bret Hart was there for their opening night. Yeah, and I mean it's just but let's not forget. All right. Think back. Let's go back in the Wayback Machine. Jake Roberts made his comeback the night Steve Austin became Stone Cold Steve Austin. So Jake Roberts had already left wrestling and then found God, stayed away for a couple of years, came back to wrestling. That was his big comeback, and he made it to the finals of the King of the Ring. Remember, he was fat. He was wrestling in the shirt and everything.
Yeah.
That was his comeback. That was 3 years ago. So now he's making another comeback.
Right?
What's he gonna do? He's got a secret. His foreign object is gonna be his walker.
Yeah, at least I'm sure that's why he's going to AEW because DDP is already there.
DDP is amazing. He's gotten Jake Roberts sober, got him back in much better shape than he was in. He did the same for Scott Hall.
Steve Hall, yep.
Yep.
Scott Hall.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Scott Hall back.
I'd be surprised to see him in AEW. Maybe not.
Well, he didn't really get along with Dustin, right?
No.
I don't think he got along with Dustin and Cody and
He's going into the Hall of Fame next month.
Yep.
So he ain't gonna show up over there until
Another one's JBL.
Yep, they just announced last night JBL was going into the Hall of Fame.
I mean, last year we were just launching AEW.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, one of the kids up.
I'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
Cool Hand
Meetings
Luke
will
said
now
it's
begin.
all about the views.
Oh yeah, it's all good.
I think if Macho Man was back, if he was alive, I think he'd probably be back. I
Yeah.
mean, he was in that bad shape when he was an
Nope.
old guy. I mean, till he, rest his soul. Come on.
Even when he was, I know I saw him after he stopped wrestling. Even when he had a head full of white hair, he was still in really good shape.
So yeah, I still put my money on Macho Man. I mean, you get Macho Man and Hulk Hogan all back together again. Shit.
Lisa, I was thinking the same thing because he just got a brand new diagnosis of cancer.
Yeah.
So he's going to be going through another round of treatment.
Sad.
Me too, Donna. I like the old wrestling better than the new. I mean, I still watch the new and I keep up with the news and stuff, but the old wrestling was definitely a lot better.
Mm-hmm. You will understand it. It wasn't so dramatic.
Yeah. Yeah, it was all like just, I'm going to kick your ass.
The bar fight. Now it's a soap opera. Yeah. Sorry.
Right? I remember that, Susan.
Yeah.
When Earthquake.
Cheers.
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking of back all the wrestlers who've passed on. What would they do now? Like,
right?
Like Nature Boy. I mean, he's still wrestling. Hulk Hogan, he does once in a while if his back and neck gives out. But Nature Boy, oh my God, he still fucking wrestles.
Yeah, every once in a while, yep.
I mean, he does a good show. I want them to come back into like an old style ring in one night. Just bring up all the old guys, get them
Right?
all in the ring, and just like have an old fashioned wrestling like they used to.
Right? Like have an alumni night.
Right. Have Mick Foley come in and beat them all.
Yeah, like retirement server men who
Yeah.
served the war, something like that for the old wrestlers.
Yep.
The memory of the good old days.
Right? Like Abdullah the Butcher. Could you imagine watching him? I know he still wrestles on like the independent circuit,
Yeah.
but just being able to watch him wrestle on TV again.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Who's that?
Abdullah the Butcher.
Wow, is he still around?
I think so, yeah. He was actually just at a fair, right, Jimmy? Signing
Who?
books. And I was
Wow.
mad at Jimmy because he wouldn't let me go over there. And I was like, but it's Abdullah the freaking Butcher.
And I'm like, who the hell is that?
Oh, and we can't forget Scott Hall. I mean, he's
Right.
gained a lot of weight. A lot of weight.
Yeah, since he got sober. Yep.
Yeah,
Right, Lisa? With their walkers,
he can
their
still.
walkers, their wheelchairs, and oxygen tanks.
We were talking about. That's what we were talking about. Scott Hall before I walked away. I
Yep.
was saying a year ago, AEW was just launching, and it was weird because they had just hired Kip Sop, and I think his name's Kip Sop. Billy Gunn
Yep.
just hired him, and then WWE had to put him on stage and put him in the Hall of Fame, knowing he was on the AEW contract. So it'd be kind of funny if Scott Hall was going to make a comeback to AEW like Jake Roberts is doing right before they put him in the Hall of Fame, just like last year.
Right, because they've already announced it, so they have to do it.
Yeah.
They could do that old guy wrestling show from a nursing home.
Wow. I just looked up Scott Hall, what he looks like today. He's like bald, overweight, 61. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know that I think it was last year. He might have been the only one that wasn't there, but last year they had, I think it was at the anniversary show of the first house show at Madison Square Garden. They had DX, all of the members come back and they met with AJ Styles, the club, because they do this Too Sweet thing.
Uh-huh.
And they ended up beating the shit out of them because I think they were going against Matt and Jeff Hardy,
Who was?
the club.
Oh.
AJ Styles, Anderson, and Gallows.
Mhm.
And they do that Too Sweet thing. because they're trying to mimic the NWO or the DX or the Click. And at one point last year at an anniversary show, like they had Hulk Hogan, The Undertaker. I think it was almost like back in the day, Tony, they had a small show going on at Madison Square Garden, and then they had the regular Monday Night Raw on TV, and they would go back and forth between the two. So the Madison Square Garden was kind of like a small house show.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a modern day Scott Hall pick.
Wow, I just looked up Kevin Nash.
I was gonna say Kevin Nash has all white hair now.
Yeah, he had a heart attack.
Yeah.
But he started working out again. There's another guy. Get
Hall
those
doesn't
two.
look that bad. This is just from last. This is from November. This is him. And who's that guy with him? Anybody know? Oh, shit.
That's Scott Hall.
Scott Hall and
He looks bald, but he has white hair and it's all pulled back.
is that Tyson Kidd?
Nope. No, hold on.
Baby, highlight him.
Oh, that's Shawn Michaels.
Doolittle.
No.
It's not Shawn Michaels either.
Highlight him, you
highlight
weirdo.
I don't
Oh,
know how to highlight.
Go over his picture, right click, and then it'll say spotlight. There you
All right,
go.
I'm trying to get this straight again. There we go. That is Scott Hall. This is at the Performance Center in November. That's Scott Hall, and that is Scotty Too Hottie.
Oh, okay. Yep. Now that you say that, yep.
That crazy.
Wow.
Get me off.
Take me off the hot seat.
I'm just doing that.
I
Yeah.
know it's funny. I follow Jerry Lawler on Twitter.
Yeah.
And he just put up a little video of apparently at a house show, he actually wrestled with his son before his son died.
Oh,
Before Brian Christopher killed himself.
Yep. Yep.
Sucks. It really sucks. There's only one wrestler. I mean, you can follow who you want on Twitter, but there's only one wrestler everybody should follow. That's the fucking Iron Sheik.
Oh my God. The Iron Sheik is so freaking funny.
You see him on Twitter?
He kills me.
Every time something happens, fucking funny. He'll comment on anything too. He'll comment on politics. But I remember, like, Trump took a shot at the guy from Canada, Trudeau, and he was like, "That fucking Trudeau with the raisin nuts, jabroni asshole fucker." I'm like, "What the hell are you doing? What are you doing getting involved in Canadian politics, you old
You
bastard?"
can picture it in your head from seeing him when you were a kid when he wrestled. Just the way he, like, you can in your head, his typing, you're saying in his accent the way he was.
That's exactly right. And he's, yes, that's right, butt wiggler. I ran number one. Russia, number one. I ran number one. I used to sing along to the Russian national
The
anthem.
Russian national anthem.
My buddy and I went to my buddy's house for WrestleMania last year, and he was like, we're in the kitchen, because he always makes like tons of food for everybody and shit, And I'm getting some food, and he's like, dude, you gotta do the Russian national anthem. I was like, dude, I don't think I can still do it. He's like, open up your phone, fucking go to YouTube, find an old video of Nikolai Volkov doing it. All you gotta do is listen to it one time through, and you're gonna be fine. So we go in the living room, and the pre-show's on, and everyone, and Jeremy's like, hey, everybody get some food, and get ready, because we're gonna be, the show's, it's gonna be going in just a minute here, whatever. Royal Rumble or WrestleMania last year. I can't remember. I think it was Royal Rumble actually. And everybody comes in with food and everything. He's like, all right. He's like, got a real special treat for all you guys. He's like, Tony's going to sing the Russian national anthem for you. So I stood up and I took my hand like this. That's what everybody in the crowd used to do. They'd put the hand backwards and mock him. And I sang the Russian national anthem because I just make noises that sound like the noises he made.
Right? It sounds
Not really fucking words.
Hello, Journey Operation.
What's up, Jerry?
Hi, Big Wiggle. I didn't see you come in. I'm sorry. But
So you gotta, Tony, you're gonna have to give us a rendition of it now.
right?
Oh man, I don't know.
Oh no.
I'll give you a piece of it. How's that?
Yeah, we don't need the whole thing. Just a
You might get copyright strike from Nikolai Volkov. So it's something like hold on, I ain't drinking.
Oh, I just looked up Ted DiBiase.
Ted DiBiase.
Yeah, I'm looking up all the old guys.
Oh my God, his son is in so much trouble.
Was he?
Yeah, apparently he's going to be going to federal prison.
Ted DiBiase
Because-
Jr.
Yeah, because apparently him and some not-for-profit organization were scamming people, getting people to donate money to pay him to do drug abuse counseling and seminars and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently he was in rehab himself getting treatment.
Wow, I've seen him like on wrestling shows, even WWE, talking about how he used to be a wrestler and how what he's doing now to help people and blah blah blah, like promoting this thing. So
Yeah, apparently he was in rehab the whole time,
that's great.
and they were collecting money, and he was getting a kickback from it.
Yeah.
If Nikolai visits me, Wilma Vagina Break. Welcome again to the stream. Good to see you again from last night.
Hello, welcome.
So it's Ayo Silvera, yo Visavera, Savo, Savo. I don't know. That's about all I got. That was a year ago. Yeah. That was about what I got.
There you go, people. The
Don't
Russian
worry.
I was holding a
National
hand. I can try it, but again, none of those are real words. That's just me making noises that sound like I remember.
Oh God.
Richard Slaughter.
Sergeant Slaughter, yeah.
So I heard a rumor today,
Chin bastard. What's up?
and I don't know how true it is. I don't think it's very true. But apparently there's a rumor going around that The Undertaker is going to team with Aleister Black to take on the Club at a Monday Night Raw show.
Ooh.
wow.
I'm gonna look that up. So I remember back.
What the hell? Why do they hate Ricochet?
Right? I don't get why they're not
Gary?
pushing Ricochet. Hello, Gary.
What's up, Gary?
Because I said that on my review from last night. I thought the match that he had was absolutely ridiculous.
All right, this guy's. I like mascots.
Right?
Right? The eyeball. No?
That's
Kinda-
kind of why I asked you if you knew him, because when
Kinda
I
the
looked
eyeballs,
at his picture when I was checking him out when he was in the basement,
Yeah.
it reminded me of yours. So I'm like, oh, maybe he's connected to Anthony somehow.
No.
Stop calling him Anthony, will you?
All right.
I'm sorry, I did it the other night too. I'm like, yeah, me and Jimmy met up with
Yeah.
Anthony, and Anthony was on panel. He's like, we did?
I mean, my name is Anthony, so it's okay. But
Yeah, but we know you as Tony.
Well, and
Yeah.
Jimmy's like, no, that's Tony. Anthony is on panel with us.
that's right.
Hell, Anthony's
I
the only.
hate that.
He's one of the very few people I know named Anthony that prefer to be called Anthony.
You know, when I was like 40, so like 4 or 5 years ago, I went through this thing where I was like, everything I did, I signed everything Anthony. Oh, I mean, my signature's,
Yeah.
my signature's a piece of shit, anyways. But I mean, you wouldn't even, that's my signature. So you can't even.
I do the same thing. Mine
But,
is G, bunch of scribbles, C, bunch of scribbles.
but I went to this thing where it was like I was working at this new job. I just moved up here, 40 years old, and so I just started, when I met new customers, like, hey, honey, I'm Anthony, and I figured, I'm older now, kids I grew up with, I called them Jay. Now they're older, they're Jason, and like nobody keeps their younger name. And then I realized it didn't take long at all, and everyone's like, Anthony, like, so Tony, like, yeah, that works. Yeah, like nobody wants to call me fucking Anthony, like Jimmy,
right?
Yep.
Well,
Still
dude,
Jimmy.
when I first it's a perfect example is when I first did my first Facebook page, right? I put my real name up there,
right?
And everybody's like, "Who the fuck is James Cunningham?"
It's funny because I actually work with someone named James, and I keep calling him Jimmy, and he's like, "It's James." I'm like, "I'm sorry." I'm like,
Well,
"My
you get people
husband
like
is
that.
James, and the only time I use James is when he's in trouble." So,
right. Well, that's why I don't prefer. That's why I would never get out of the Jim or the Jimmy. You can call me Jimbo, but for the most part, most people call me Jimmy.
I
always have, freaking.
Susan, I like your random thoughts. All right, Lucas. So, what did you find out?
Undertaker's retiring, but he's training AJ Styles to be the next The Undertaker.
Really?
AJ's going to take the resemblance of The Undertaker into the dark side.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I found out.
It's going to be like a midget version of
his daughter might join. The Undertaker's daughter might join.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
The Rock's daughter is currently training at the Performance Center.
Yep.
Yeah. She's already trained.
Yep. She already has, I think she already has a contract.
Just signed a contract. She's currently in training out down there. She's really green.
Green's daughter is joining.
Slightly buzzed.
I think him and her mother got divorced when she was still really young.
Yeah.
So she probably wasn't with him full time when he was wrestling.
I'll tell you who's a badass bitch is Tully Blanchard's daughter. Tessa Blanchard. She's a badass. Yep.
Yeah, she won the championship at TNA, like the regular men's championship.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
I don't know that. I remember she won, and then some girl came out and was like, 5 years ago, she made me feel like she 5 years ago, she was kind of racist toward me. Something like that. Like, listen, if your feelings are hurt, and you feel like someone was racist toward you, sexist toward you, you feel like somebody touched you inappropriately or anything like that, and I'm not talking about full-blown rape. That's a whole mental thing. That's different.
Yeah.
All right. That's totally different.
Yep.
I'm talking about people who are like, I passed by Jimmy C in the hallway and his hand rubbed against my butt. I'm pretty sure he meant to do that. People who get uncomfortable by a touch. And I'm not talking about like someone tried to stick a hand in your pants. I'm talking about like, or they put their arm around your waist or whatever. Those kind of things, okay? I don't think you should be able to wait 11 years to be able to be like, oh, like these people, it seems like every day somebody's, well, it's been a good time on the show, but I have to go because someone said that I made them feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't like what I said to them,
Right.
Yeah, I think she already lost
ago.
it, but I think she had it for like a week or two. And then I think that was part of the reason they made her lose it.
Yeah, Mickie James was all right.
Mm-hmm. She was better in porn than she was in the ring. Yeah, Elias. I don't know what the hell they're doing with that guy. That guy hasn't gotten a real shot since he's been here.
He still reminds me of Randy Savage.
I don't understand.
It has since like he came up to NXT.
Yeah, not as charismatic though.
Yeah, definitely not as charismatic.
Looks like him. I can see the look,
Yeah, and he does the elbow drop.
Like Aleister Black, I don't understand why. We were talking about him earlier, and just going back to guys that have all come up recently: Ricochet, Aleister Black, Elias. Over the past few years, And it's like, we all know Vince McMahon hates NXT because he didn't create it and it's successful. To him, it might as well be fucking WCW or AEW. The way he does things with those guys, like Ricochet just jobbing them out for no fucking reason.
It kills me because and he does it to every one of them. They'll be one of the top performers in NXT. They'll come up to the main roster, and then all of a sudden, they're a jobber. And
you look at Aleister Black. Aleister Black's great.
Yep.
Why do they have his wife managing other people?
I don't know.
Why is she managing all these Spanish wrestlers? Yeah. Yep. Why? What's the point? Let her and him do some kind of really dark gimmick together or something. That's his fucking wife. Makes no sense.
What's up, Giggle Squirted?
Yeah, Gary. Vince McMahon did hate the Macho Man because he was he always referred to him as a volatile bomb that you never knew was going to explode because he couldn't control what he said or what he did.
Well, he gave Randy the title, and right after Randy lost the title, Randy was younger than Hogan. And Vince was like, and Randy wasn't that old yet. His early to mid 30s. And Vince just didn't want to fucking deal with him. So after he gave him the title to shut him up, he took the title off him. And then he was like, I got nothing for you, man. You're getting too old to be in the ring. I want young, fresh talent. Meanwhile, half the roster was older than Randy Savage at the time. Yep. So it was just a fucking insult because you knew it wasn't true. And that's when, if you go back to those times, there was like a year stint where he was doing commentary.
Yep.
Like, we'll let you commentate. And then he did that for a little while, and then he did get to wrestle a little bit more, and then he said, fuck it, and he left and went to WCW.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know how much I believe that rumor, Gary.
Stephanie was very, very fucking young.
Right. She was like 16, 17 at the time.
Probably even younger than that. I mean, when you think about when she was on TV, when she was a real young little girl.
Right. She started like 13, 14 years old.
Right. And Macho Man was well gone by then.
Yep.
So I think that might, Gary, you could be right, but I think that's just a bad rumor that started.
Right. I know it is a rumor. It's never been confirmed.
You're laughing at Jimmy.
E-Waste Mike just sent me in a funny emoji. Not emoji. What are they all called? Freaking
GIF?
Man. A little GIF,
whatever the fuck. I think it's
a little GIF. Yeah, a little GIF.
They actually get GIF peanut butter.
I saw that.
It's coming out with GIF peanut butter, GIF, and it's to show people that that's the way it's really pronounced, I guess. So.
Right.
Macho Man was pretty good. I saw this thing just recently with his brother, and his brother did this great poem about him, and it was really, really well done. It was really, really nice. So there's a channel here on YouTube called It Cometh an Egg. If you guys have ever seen that guy, he's a sports card collector, and he's got this deep voice, but when he starts out the show, he's like, hey everybody, and he's like, welcome to It Cometh an Egg, and he does like this Andre the Giant voice. It's hilarious. And like he had said one day that like the whole idea of It Cometh an Egg was like, that's what It Cometh an Egg is, how Andre would sound saying it if he was talking about getting an egg on his burger with all these, I don't know, it's weird. But anyway, but he does an amazing Leap Lanny. It sounds just like him. And so kind of crazy. I just recently was watching, and Doris, you watch the NWA stuff, right? Yeah. I'm watching some of the old NWA stuff, the back in the day shit. And I was just watching recently when Angelo Poffo brought Randy in, and Randy like came in, he was a psycho. Like he came in the middle of a fucking match, beat the shit out of the two guys, threw him out, was like trashing the place, and they're like, and Angelo Poffo was like, this is the future of wrestling. And everybody's like, who is this guy? Like that was how they introduced him. He just came in and fucking trashed the set, and
apparently their father was a badass wrestler too.
Yeah, Angelo Poffo
would take real shots at people, and
he was known as a legitimate tough guy and a pretty badass wrestler for years.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was pretty good.
Yeah, the NWA probably about a month ago they did a Southern, almost like a Southern Hall of Fame ceremony where they had all of their original Southern alumni, and like Lenny Paffa was there accepting for Randy and their father.
Is Lanny Poffo, was he on AEW recently?
I
saw some
think he
still
was.
shot of some guys in the ring, and I was like, "Is that Lanny Poffo?" Might
think
not.
he was.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yes, he was the genius, Barry. Hello, Joseph Girl. Finally home from work.
Woo!
I don't know if you were here earlier, but Bobby Blaze ended up having to reschedule. Something came up, so we're going to do it on another Wednesday. Hello, Mushroom Madman. Thank you for coming. I don't know. Now I'm wondering if you're slab because you're talking about my numbers and to make sure. Yeah, snap into a slim. That's the worst thing. He will always be known as the snap into a Slim Jim guy.
He's live right now.
Oh, so Slab, that's not you. I will have to check him out. Oh, it's Bouncer.
I don't know. I lightning smile. I flash smile. I flash cheesy shit eating grin. I'm trying to figure out what this means. You know who I really enjoyed when I was younger was Too Cold Scorpio.
Oh yeah.
Too Cold Scorpio was in ICW and AWA. He ended up coming to WWE later on in his career, and he wrestled as
he's actually in AEW now.
Is he?
Yeah, he's teaming with he's part of the CSU.
Too Cold Scorpio?
Yeah.
God, he's got to be. Shit. I mean, I was watching an ICW when I was sitting in my grandparents' bed. What? How old is he? Holy shit. Back to the phone. Let's look it up.
But yeah, he is part of the CSU. He was tag team champions with they were
54
guys.
He's 54?
54.
Yeah, I really thought he was older than that.
And
Jesus.
the
Bernard Skaggs.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're right. No, he's he'll be 55 this year. He's 54. He was born in 1965. Let's see.
Oh, here's some other oldies that we don't remember.
Too Cold Scorpio. He is now the head trainer at Rocky Mountain Pro Wrestling Academy in Golden, Colorado.
The Sandman, I remember him.
Sandman. Was he even a wrestler?
What's up, Joe?
Yeah, but I don't think he ever threw a wrestling move. He punched, he kicked, and he smashed beer cans. But yeah, he was definitely a character, though, and that's what wrestling is about characters, you know.
It's all about the show.
How about the show, Jimmy?
am I wrong? Is it not him?
Who? What? I wasn't paying attention to.
You wouldn't know, Jim.
Dude with the bird, Coco Beware. So that guy I was just talking about, that It Cometh an Egg, he did a stream last night, late at night, and I popped in and was just kind of listening, and he was going through, he had ordered like an autographed baseball card from some guy who has a YouTube channel, and the guy sent him like 2 big packs of cards. He gave him like a ton of free shit with it, and one of the things he got was a pack of wrestling cards. It was like probably 30 of them in there. They were all in individual plastics, and he got a Coco Beware card, and he got a Frankie card, which was the bird, the parrot, Frankie.
Frankie was the bird.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. You mentioned that. That's funny.
And I'm wrong. It's Scorpio Cold that's in AEW now.
What the hell is that? Some ripoff. That's what that is.
Yeah.
JYD. Hell yeah, man.
His real name is Shyler Andrews.
Yeah. So, what is that? Junkyard Dog was Sylvester.
But yeah, Scorpio Sky is his name.
Scorpio Sky. All right. The JYD. Grab them cakes. Oh,
Right.
that's what you do. He's gonna that song. Ring and dance with him.
Oh man, you had it bad, huh?
I know all those old songs, man. I used to have every wrestling album they've ever come out with that was music. I've had it, you know. Remember Tom Zink and Rick Martel came out to a song called "Girls in Cars" or something. It was just the most fucking thing ever. So,
Oh, the Blonde Bombers. Yep.
one of my favorite songs, still to this day, and I look it up once in a while and watch the video on it because I don't have the cassette anymore.
Yeah.
When they had all the wrestlers together, and I can still do every part and tell you every wrestler and who it is. They did "Land of a Thousand Dances." You remember that?
No.
Oh my God. We're going way back now.
All right. I have to say, Bouncer and Slabby, thank you. I'm up to 172 subscribers.
Wow, very nice.
Nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice.
Gained 30 subscribers in one night.
There it is. And WWE actually put this video up. That's crazy.
Well, you had a bunch of different people in here, didn't you?
Yeah. There's been a few that have said that, but I know one of them somebody said was Bouncer.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. You mind if I drop the link for that video, Doris?
No, go ahead.
All right. Balls Mahoney, rest in peace. So this is the Land of a Thousand Dances. This was all the wrestlers, and it was like this song, and they all had these different lines, you know. And it was Hogan, Valentine, Beefcake, Johnny, not Johnny Valentine, Johnny Valiant, the Sheik, Volkov, McMahon. It was like 84, 85 they did this. What an amazing song. Let's see, does it say on here when it was produced? Hold on. The Superstars WWE coming together for Land of a Thousand Dances. And that is it. And comments are turned off of this video. There's nothing else on here. But this is Mr. Fuji, Bob Orton. He's got the cast on his arm. Don Morocco. You got to watch it. It's awesome. It's awesome. They're all singing together in this one big like. I think at the end, I believe, if I remember correctly,
Where the hell's the link?
I dropped the link, didn't I?
It didn't come up. No.
Do you not have a wrench?
I don't have a wrench. That's why.
Oh. Can I type in the chat and I'll give you a wrench?
I was gonna say, really, Doris?
Well, I said that earlier because Lisa's like, "Oh, I can't. I don't have a wrench." I'm like, "You don't have a wrench?" I'm like, "Holy shit! I think I had 2 people that had wrenches." I'm like, "I guess I got to give out some wrenches, huh?"
It helps.
Well, and it was funny because Lisa's like, "You don't have to. Just enough for me to drop in the PayPal," and I'm like, "No, I need some moderators in my chats."
I don't feel bad. I still don't have a wrench on Jimmy's channel. It's all right.
It took me months. I'm his freaking wife. It took me like 8 months.
Pretty sure I
Do I have one on yours?
No.
I don't know. I gave up, dude. You know, the only time I'm so bad that I do exactly what you do, what you just did, rather. I'll be on a stream and I was like, "Oh, I can help. I'll drop the link," and then I'll go drop the link and I'm like, "Oh, sorry, that didn't work. I don't have a wrench."
So, Tony, you should now have a wrench.
And I was like, "I don't want one either." But
I just dropped the link, I think. I was on a stream one night, and I don't ever ask for wrenches from people, you know. Like I don't, you know, whatever. But I was on a stream, and this guy was like getting, like, there's a stream that I go to once in a while, and I try to go on, and I always let the guy know I'm there. And if he ever wanted to make me a moderator, I would help him out because he gets like slayed. He's got some issues. He's got some things going on, and
we still don't have your link, by the way.
People come in and just make fun of him, and what the fuck?
Well, and that's why, like, I was like, now that because I never did lives before, so
there you go.
That's why I never really gave people wrenches because I never really did live streams. But now that I'm doing live streams,
Sure.
I
No,
need
absolutely.
moderators.
But yeah, this guy's stream, like people go in there and they're like, they do bad stuff. Like they say bad things to this guy. They ask
Oh
him.
yeah.
I hate when they do that.
This guy has
They do
like
the
he's
same
got like
thing to
seizure
Rosie
issues, so he has to
and-
wear like a helmet because he has seizure issues, and like he's opened his home up to let other people come move in with him that needed a place. So in the room that he live streams in, there's like all kinds of boxes of stuff behind him and stuff. And it's like people's belongings. That, like,
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember this now.
you remember that video?
Yeah, I remember it.
That's
All
pretty
right.
awesome, right?
Yeah.
It's fucking awesome.
It's pretty 1980.
Oh yeah. People come in that stream and they're like, hey, I'm glad to see you have your helmet on, retard. Like shit like that to this guy. It's so brutal. And he just keeps on going. He's like, oh, okay, you think I'm a retard, all right? And he just keeps on. But I feel so bad for him. Like, I just want to shut these fuckers up. Like, I don't understand why he doesn't just ban them. Just hide them from the channel, you know? Make them keep creating accounts. They get bored eventually. But yeah, that poor dude, man. He's a very, very nice guy, and he deals with a lot of health issues.
Oh, trust me, man. I know a couple people like that, and like, just apparently I was a little late. I taught a guy how to use StreamYards the other day, and apparently he just did a stream, and
Oh yeah.
I didn't notice that he sent me. You know, he's like, "Hey, Jimmy," and I was like, "What up?" And I never looked at the phone again.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
So I went back when I grabbed the phone again. I looked. He's like, "Oh, I'm on a live stream," and then I need help. I'm like, oh, and I didn't notice it till just a little while ago. I go over there, and I just look, and I'm like, "Oh," and I'm about to type in the chat. And he's like, "Oh, good night. I'm calling him today." And I looked in the chat. He was getting nailed.
Oh really?
Yeah, he's getting nailed by freaking trolls, and he didn't have a single mod in the stream.
It's not Crow Judas, is it?
No.
All right. Dude, that's a really cool fucking look, bro.
Right?
That's
I like
Right?
that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, the whole horror movie head tilt and
Right,
stuff.
the tilt and everything with the eye.
Well,
I
that's what he was doing when he was in my basement. That's why I'm like,
I don't know if I want to run from you or kick you, man. I'm not sure.
exactly.
Figure it out.
Right.
So
Like,
I'm
really,
like,
dude? Do you think I'm gonna let a troll? I may be a rookie, but I that.
Let's see. Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
ooh.
that one don't
Oh,
work.
for a second, it looked like you turned on a red light.
Yeah. Switch hat mask.
but yeah, but if it wasn't for Lisa was like, oh, I know him. And then after she's like, that's Lucas. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, Brother John Speaks is the channel I was talking about, Jimmy. I don't know if you know him or not, but he's the guy. I met him a long time ago. I think I met him over on Cap 7's channel or something. And he's a nice guy. He just, he's got bad seizures.
The Mad Hatter. I like that one.
Everybody does.
Yeah.
Yes, the beautiful Adrian Adonis.
Can you make me a squirrel mask? I need one.
Oh, squirrels. Yeah, I can make anything.
The adorable Adrian Adonis. That's right. The adorable. I'm not proud of my abilities, but I'm not good.
Right? All you gotta do is kind of make that one gray and with hairy. Fuck.
Tomorrow I'll make. Tomorrow night I'm making another one. It's gonna be all black.
Very cool.
What do you make out of paper mache? It's
No, this is duct tape.
all just duct tape.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Just duct tape over duct tape over duct tape, and
First is plastic wrapped around my face and my head, then the duct tape, and then I do some wiring. And then
Oh, what the hell is that gimmick's name? Joel?
Gotcha. The what?
The guy who fell through the wall. He was supposed to.
Shockmaster. I'm the Shockmaster.
That's who it was.
oh yeah,
You know who that was, right?
Yeah.
Tugboat.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't know. But he sold Kool-Aid, didn't he?
Who?
Kool-Aid.
Wrong guy.
Yeah, he looked like the Kool-Aid Man, Jimmy.
He did look like a Kool-Aid Man.
Oh yeah, fucking. What was it? Sting. They were all talking, and somebody was like, "You know what Psycho said or whatever." Was like, "You got nowhere to face us." Oh my God. He's all wired up on coke, and Sting's like, "Oh yeah, we got the Shockmaster," and all of a sudden here he comes and he falls through the fucking wall.
Yeah.
And if you listen to the original audio from it, you hear Dusty fucking lose it. Now Dusty is a good friends with Fred Ott, I think it's OTT Ott, Fred Ott.
Yeah.
Dustin and Cody have always referred to him as Uncle Fred. He's always been Uncle Fred to them. He's like he's Dusty's the one that got him in the business. Yep. And so Dusty got after the tugboat gimmick ran and it was over, and the fat guys say, "We're kicking the fat guys out again. Go see you." John Tenta, they threw him out. Fred Ott, the Earthquake at Tugboat, and everybody else, they get rid of Typhoon. So they threw them all out, and so he got him a job at WCW. And then what happened was, earlier in the day, they set up the thing. They practiced with him coming through, right? Yeah. And this is where you're going to be coming through, whatever. So then they put up just a piece of sheetrock,
yeah,
right? And he was supposed to bust through it. Well, the wall was like loose. It wasn't like, so they were afraid that it was going to fall. So what they did was they had them put, if you look, there's a board at the bottom. So they had them screw a board on, because it was just a false wall they built. It was actually hanging from above. So it wasn't attached to the floor. So they put the board on just to hold it so that the wall wouldn't fucking, because it kept swaying. So that way it wouldn't sway and fall. What they were supposed to do is, right before that started, they were supposed to take the board off. All right. But instead, they forgot to do it, and he didn't know they put a board there. So it wasn't really his fault. He's got this mask, literally, they were talking about the thing afterwards. They're talking to Dusty about it in this thing I watched. That literally was a Stormtrooper helmet. Somebody went to the store and bought a fucking Stormtrooper helmet.
And spray painted it gray or silver.
They sprayed it with glitter. Yeah. That's all it was. It was a Stormtrooper helmet.
I remember him saying that he couldn't see.
Right. And so he come through, and then, and then the helmet falls off, and he scoops it up, puts it back on, he stands up, and he wasn't talking. That obviously wasn't him talking. That was Ole Anderson backstage with a microphone. Ole Anderson was the voice of the Shockmaster. And it was supposed to be, he was never supposed to talk, and he was supposed to come out, and before his matches, the voice was supposed to play through the arena, and they were supposed to, Ole Anderson was always going to be the voice. Obviously the Shockmaster thing went to the shits, Yeah. But he fell through. When he falls down, and you hear Dusty, and he goes, "Oh shit!" You audibly hear him say it. It's very quiet, but you can hear it. And then like they're not saying much, and then you can hear him all like fucking giggling, and Dusty's like, "Oh my god!" Like you hear him again. So pretty funny, man. Listen, if you really listen close to that audio, just like Monday Night Raw, this past Monday, Doris, if you listen to the audio real close on Monday Night Raw,
yeah, Brock, tell what's his face?
Brock, get the title. Pick up the title. Yeah. You caught that, huh? Yeah, pretty good. That's pretty good. I didn't obviously I didn't watch it, but I watched like the recap, and I didn't catch it until Joe Cronin did a video about it, and he was talking about it, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And I went back and watched it. I was like, "Oh yeah, that's real. That's pretty fun."
Hey Luke, you got to go to the parts store and grab some of that red taillight tape and put it in the eyes.
Oh yeah, the taillight tape.
Yeah.
Look at that, huh?
You won't be able to see much, but it'll look cool.
You kind of look like
it will look like that. Actually.
There's a game I used to play that came out in like 1997. It's still around. It's called Ultima Online. It was like the first online multi-master person, whatever, online role-playing game. And they had trolls in the game, and that's what that looks like. They had like the cool mouth. It's weird. Looks like it.
That's funny.
Oh, Joe, you shouldn't have said that.
Farther louder than ever.
Yeah.
That's a cool looking mask. I like that one.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. You do a really good job with those.
Yeah, man.
I'll turn up my lights.
I played myself playing myself on PBS back in the late 70s, Venture North, History in a Bottle. There you go. Look at that. That's a handsome ass fucking mask, man.
Right?
Yeah.
Does look like the Swamp Thing.
Yeah, it does.
It looks like it's almost like your fucking Leatherface, and you got a hold of one of the Ninja Turtles. Killed him. Killed his. Have you guys ever seen? There's a channel that we highlighted over on Viewed This. It's called the Merkins. Have you guys ever seen them? But the Merkins that's a cool ass channel. It's a bunch of guys who dress up like this Leatherface. There's Jason Voorhees, and they do like parodies of songs. So like Leatherface does a song on there. It's hilarious, and he's up there singing. He's at like a country western bar, and he's dancing. He's up there singing, "I got friends with no faces." It's hilarious. That's a cool ass channel. They do some funny ass parodies on that channel.
Right, Mama Cookie? Swamp Thing mixed with a zombie.
Yeah.
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 There was a zombie wrestler. I just don't remember his name.
You talking about the Yeti?
I don't know.
WCW? He was all he was all wrapped up like a mummy. Come out, that guy?
No. That was King Cut.
Yeah, they called him the Yeti, and then the zombie was that. He was in the Dungeon of Doom. Was he in the Dungeon of Doom?
I don't remember. I've been looking for it.
The one that ate the worms was the Boogeyman.
Boogeyman, he's still around, but
Yeah.
Zombie Man was back in the 80s. He painted his face. He wrestled with The Undertaker for like 2 matches. I don't know whatever happened to him, but he was called Zombie Man.
Huh. I don't remember that.
It's when The Undertaker wore that the hat and the blue face.
Oh,
That
yeah.
guy. That's Zombie Man.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, he was on Raw, ECW. What was his name? Tim Roberts was his name, but yeah, he just wrestled as the Zombie, and he was in ECW. And then when ECW merged with WWE, he came and wrestled the Undertaker. He died back in
2015.
Or
2015. Yeah. He's a young guy too. He was born in 1976. Tim Calkins Jr. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Tim Arson. That's weird. Anyway, but yeah, it's Tim Arson. I don't know. Either way, it was just the Zombie. That's weird. It wasn't. I thought there was a different name, but yeah, you're right. It was just the Zombie. That's strange. But yeah, he's a handsome son of a bitch.
But so I was a professional gold digger as a kid. That's funny.
Shit.
So did anybody watch ECW tonight or AEW?
David, the producer, my 17th cousin, is in the house. Hello, David. I didn't watch it.
David.
Oh, it's Uncle David.
It's Uncle David, yeah.
What's up, Dave? Good to see you, bro.
So I know,
Leo. Who? Leo.
NXT
Leo.
was supposed to
Yeah,
have-
my Uncle Leo. Oh, Uncle Leo. Oh, yeah.
I know NXT was supposed to have 2 cage matches tonight.
I was looking earlier at the trying to find out if Hardy showed up on AEW.
Mhm.
And when I was looking at the stream for Bleacher Report, that's what I kept seeing was pictures of the cage matches. So yeah, there was definitely was it
Yeah, there was one.
Velveteen Dream? Would he fight the cage against
Yeah, Roderick Strong. And then the other one was
Roger Strong, another guy who trained with my friend. Go ahead.
the other one was supposed to be
Was it Tegan Knox or
Tegan Knox
Oh,
and Kylie, something like that. The other super kick girl. They had the match at the last takeover in Portland.
Oh, I like this. Is this for? Are they going to do an NXT takeover before Elimination Chamber Saturday? Because it appears that tonight,
Maybe.
it appears tonight that Finn Balor was laying down some laying down some challenge to fucking Walter.
Yeah, I know they have takeover coming up. I don't know if it's this. Usually they do them the weekend of the pay-per-views, though. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't doubt it.
You read
Yeah,
about
it was-
that, Bounce?
Tegan and Dakota Kai, that's right. And who's Lady Kane?
I've fallen from the top bunk. Ain't fun.
Hey, listen, I grew up with a guy that I haven't seen in forever. And 4 years ago, I was 3 years ago, I was when I bought this house.
Yep.
His cousin and I knew each other because she was always over his house when we were kids, and we're friends on Facebook. And she put a thing up that she had just bought a house and just moved, and I put a post up saying I'm looking for boxes because I needed to move. So she was like, "Oh my God, we just cut them all and broke them down. All you got to do is just retape them, but we have tons of boxes." So when I went to her house to get boxes, she told me that her cousin, the guy that I grew up with, she said, "Oh, you just missed Tina," which is his sister. I was like, "Oh, no kidding." I'm like, how's Tina doing? How's Arthur doing? She's like, "Well, Tina just left. She's going out to Worcester, going to see Arthur." She said Arthur fell out of a top bunk of a bunk bed a few nights ago. He was all fucked up, and he fell out of the bunk bed and landed on his head. He's paralyzed from the fucking neck down.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
Ow.
Yeah. That was 3 years ago, and I just recently saw his sister, and I asked how he was doing, and she said he's miserable, but he can't kill himself because he's paralyzed.
Holy
Aw.
damn.
But he wants to.
Oh.
Yeah.
That sucks.
David,
right
if you would like to come up, feel free to click the link that Jimmy put in. Or
TP.
anyone else. We have room
What's up there,
for
porn
more.
man? How you doing?
Broke the left arm. Yeah, I didn't break nothing, but
What happened?
Hello,
thankfully,
Johnny. How are you doing?
I
I'm
didn't,
good. Would you have to fill the sock before you came on stream or what?
No, I don't know. I'm gonna.
what did you forget to wipe it off or something? What are you doing over there?
Yep, I actually used extra cream this time.
Oh, wow. Yeah, make it a little interesting, man. Use sandpaper.
Right.
Use sandpaper.
Everybody get their baggie now, so he feels at home.
Oh, two
That's what
places.
he's doing.
I better put the,
Harry, I remember my brother broke
Are you
his
rolling,
back.
are you rolling a doobie right now?
I better put the KY away.
No, you got to put the bag over the camera.
We
Oh.
had a tire
Oh,
swing.
yeah.
We
Let's
had
see
a
the one.
tire swing. Hang
That's. Sorry, Doris. I apologize.
tight.
Go ahead.
What?
Yes, that I was trying to think last night. I was like, God, I know you. I know I met you before, and I was like, oh, that's right. I was busting balls one night when you were on the stream about you having a baggie over your fucking camera because it looks like it's plastic. I just remember that when Jimmy just took the. Here, I don't have a regular.
Yeah,
bag.
it was last night. We were on.
Well, no, it was.
I got a twizzler bag. How's that?
You picked on that about that several times,
Yeah.
but actually, I believe it was on Monica's stream.
Oh yeah, I remember.
We put baggies over it so that he would feel at home.
There we go. How's that? It's a Twizzlers bag. It's the best I
We
got.
didn't want him to feel left out, you know.
See me over here? I can't see myself.
No, we
Actually-
can't see you.
No, we can't see you at all.
Actually, I ended up.
There you go. There you go.
Little piece of
Perfect.
you.
Right
Yep.
there. Right there.
I gotta hold it. I'm gonna hold that fucking thing.
I ended up cleaning the lens off, so I don't know why it's still so fuzzy.
Because it's a
Uh,
shitty camera.
It's a shitty camera, and I'm guessing it has something to do with porn.
They're teasing Ron because his camera looks like he's got a baggie over it.
Well, no, his house always looks like it's full of smoke.
Oh, they're trying
that's-
to make him feel.
Well, I'm a big 420. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What are you? Are you plucking pubic hairs or rolling doobie right now? I'm trying to figure it out.
I thought he was wiping it out, or
Oh, back in a bowl. All right, good man. Just checking. You making some homemade hash there?
you're supposed to do that before you get on stream, man. I got into a fight with the bed and got a black eye, huh?
I
Okay.
know I'll probably
Good head bouncer.
be saying
Good
this
man.
a couple of times tonight, but
Mhm.
have a good night. Thank you for coming up,
Hey,
just-
good night, Bounce.
and thank you for all the subs.
I don't know what made me think about this, but for some reason, I just thought about the fact that
I made it into the YouTube world. Dave, the producer, is on my stream.
All right,
what's
Dave. Wow, that's a miracle.
What's up, Hollywood?
there we go.
What's going on, David?
That is so not a big deal. And by the way, I will just say up front, I know nothing about wrestling, so there you go.
Put him in the
That's
basement.
all right.
Chris. Put him in the fucking basement.
I decided to veer off the wrestling conversation.
Hey, David, you might want to go grab some silicone yourself. So
Ooh, yeah. Wait, hold
so
on.
you can put it in that camera. So
Yeah,
David.
exactly. I got to
David,
glaze
meet
my
mascot.
lens.
Mascot.
Yeah. Baby,
Yeah.
baby, you just kick him out of here now. I meant porn, not Dave.
oh.
Like, ah.
what are you sucking on, dude?
Hey, South Carolina. Hey, did you
Yeah.
shoot a load a little high, or how'd that happen?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Your boys can
How'd
swim.
you
We
get
can
that bald spot on your head?
Your camera looks like a glazed donut.
Well, that's because it's fucked up.
Ricochet might go to AEW. Joseph Grohl, where the fuck did you get your information from?
Where you been,
I'm
man?
being honest because he jobbed out one time, and now everybody's losing their mind saying he's going to leave. He's doing this and that. Did you read that somewhere, or are you? I'm not
Rumor
sure.
going around, and it's probably from the same stupid dirt sheet that I saw earlier about Vince McMahon being all done with them because he's too small.
He's not too slow. Look, it doesn't make. I get it. I understand that people. These are people that make shit up. These dirt sheets. Because if you look at it, and you look at guys that he's pushing right now, you look at Andrade, and then the other three Mexican guys that are wrestling with Andrade all the time. Rey Mysterio. I mean, come on, Rey Mysterio. My fucking
Well,
10-year-old son Owen is bigger than Rey Mysterio.
That's what I commented on that stream.
Yeah.
If Vince McMahon had anything against small guys, Rey Mysterio would not be the superstar he is today.
Exactly. He would just.
And Ray's not the only small guy that's wrestled.
Right.
No, there's tons of them. You know. You want to see a guy who's gotten huge doors. A guy who's all jacked up now. You remember Adam Rose?
I do.
He's a fucking
Yeah.
monster.
Yeah.
He's huge.
Because he's on the shit.
He's
Hi,
got to be.
Dave.
Like, go.
How are you, Dave?
Mr. McMahon's gonna bring him back because he's all ripped and he's gotten better since he got older. And he's not a pussy like he was.
He had domestic issues and everything else. But,
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go. You want to see him? Here we go. Hold on.
Hey, I haven't met Mascot yet.
That's Adam Rose now.
What's up, Mascot?
Nice to
Very
meet you.
You
nice.
see the size of him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
He's huge.
That's a
He's
big
still got
guy.
a pop in his
Yeah.
mouth.
That's
So
a
he's
big boy.
big. Yeah. He
Yeah.
was a skinny little guy.
Yeah, he was. He was tall.
Besides
and
that, I think he's a beast.
Yeah,
Looks like my mother-in-law.
I watched an interview about him a while back. And he was tired of getting picked on, and Mr. McMahon fired him. But when he saw him on YouTube, all buffed up, Mr. McMahon might bring him back for a holiday show because he comes out with all those people showing.
Yep.
Yeah, then and there.
They're side by side.
Right,
Yeah.
Gary? Wonder juice.
Right?
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is.
That was like a year and a half.
That's crazy. That doesn't even make sense.
Wow,
Oh, because
Gary's-
Steve.
Gary's got it right down there. Wonder juice.
It makes sense if you stick a needle in your ass every morning, David.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't make sense to people like you and I, but it makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
So David Mascot's name is Luke.
Luke, good to meet you. And South Carolina porn's name is?
Wrong.
We
Wrong.
just call him.
Good
We
to
just
meet
call
you.
him porn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Ron's fine. We call him Ron Jeremy.
His channel is South Carolina Born, but
Mascot is obviously the mascot for the Insane Clown Posse.
yeah.
Yeah. I was
But
going to
thanks-
ask where your
I
phantom
met
was.
them. They're awesome, man.
Thanks to
Awesome guys.
Skeeter, I got that name. So
You got that right, Mama.
And I'm actually a real mascot for a real life job, so
Are you really?
yeah.
Oh shit. Are you
Mary-
know, I mean, obviously, you don't tell us who you work for, but is it like a
He's the
What's
Geico
more?
lizard.
The psycho lizard.
is it a sport? Are you a mascot for a sport?
Another no habla.
Yeah, he can't say, obviously.
He's in denial.
Well, I know. I figured it was, tell us where, but that's cool either way. Doesn't matter. I'm the mascot for fucking keyboard.
Are you an East Coast or West Coast guy, mascot? That's all you have to say.
I'm Michigan.
Michigan. Okay.
Middle.
So that narrows it down. All right.
Right.
Yeah, narrows it right down to Michigan.
Well, you got your collegiate, you got your pro sports. You can narrow it down to about 5.
Could be a mascot for a car dealership. He could be one of the people that dresses up like the Statue of Liberty and waves people in to get the taxes done. Who knows?
Awesome Epic Adventures. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Awesome. Epic.
Adventures.
He could actually be an old wrestler that just,
Maybe.
hanging out
I
with
was
other people.
dressed up. I did have a clown face, and I
Is
was
that Iron Mike Sharp?
Right?
so a lot of people are scared of clowns. So I was like, okay, I'll change.
Yeah, I don't know
Right.
if I would let
I got a
you-
big clown tattoo on my arm right here, and it's amazing when how I have a short sleeve shirt on. So I'm like, "Oh, what's your tattoo?" And they pick it up. They're like, "It's a clown." I'm like, Don't touch my fucking sleeves, you idiot.
Yeah.
Awesome
Yeah,
Epic
you
Adventures.
see all these guys all look like they're gonna kill you, and then you look over and there's a fucking clown there, and they're freaking out on the clown. Then the guys with switchblades and chains. Which one?
Right.
Dude, I ran a bar in Florida for a while, and we had a live music venue that we had music 7 days a week. This guy came in one day, and he was like, "Hey," he's like, "I'm gonna come in tonight and hang out, but I want to talk to you before I do." And I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Well," he's like, I got a friend of mine who comes to this club, and she told me that you guys have black lights behind the stage." And I said, "Yeah, we do. We got black lights behind the stage." I said, "A lot of the bands have, shirts and stuff that'll light up or whatever." And he goes, "Well, that's why I want to talk to you." And I said, "Wow, what's up?" And he said, "Do you have a second? Can we step into the VIP room? Because we had like this in the back door, these double doors that open up in this kick-ass VIP room behind the stage." So I'm like, "Oh," he's like, I need to be in the dark to show you something." So we go back.
Ooh.
He's got a black light in his pocket, and he turns it out and puts it on, and he holds it up to his face, and he has a skull tattooed on his face, but it's in black light ink. And then he has
Oh wow.
skeleton bones tattooed all up to his elbow on both of his arms. He was stationed in Iraq, and in Iraq, that's a big thing. You're not supposed to.
No tattoos.
Not allowed to get tattoos. So they
Right.
put him down with black light on. And then they go to these underground parties with his black lights on, and then they all show off their fucking tattoos. So as a soldier, he was over there serving time in Iraq, and he went and got his face. So we went back out into the light, and I was like, "Can I look?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I got really close, and I was like, "You can almost like see, like you can't." I was right up in this guy's fucking face, and I could barely see an outline. You have to be looking for it, and you can barely see it. But when that black light's on, dude, that guy looks scary as fuck, bro. So I told him, I said, "Hey man, you want to come out and hang out in my club? I got no problem with that." I said, he said, I'm really cool about it. If anybody gets freaked out, I let him know, "Hey, I'm good. It's cool." He's like, I'll come up here and you can introduce us or whatever. And he handled it really well, but man, I got to tell you, he was like the highlight of the show. Like the band was on stage and they're like, "We want the fucking skeleton guy up here right now. Get up on the fucking stage, skeleton guy, get up here." Like everybody, yeah, it's funny. Raven the
Thank you
Blackbird.
for coming.
What's
And
going on?
Joseph, yes, I said the same thing on my recap, that I was kind of disappointed because he should have had that match.
Yeah, I don't know what's
He
going on.
wasn't as
guy.
high flying as he normally is.
At least we know who's pulling Pat Patterson nowadays.
Oh, Gary Scannell. Have a good night, man.
See you, Gary. Be good, brother.
Be like, I didn't know he's hanging out on his phone.
I'm getting
That'd
on
be crazy.
tonight,
Yeah, man. I understand the pain. I wouldn't be doing it.
right?
I'm on my phone so much, and I hate it. God, I
Well-
fucking hate it. Can't tag anybody, and it's a mess.
It's a nightmare trying to watch videos on the phone.
Yeah, I don't understand the I've never, not at all.
I don't
Not
know.
when I can have a fucking
I don't get enough time in front of my PC. If I want to watch
right.
people's videos, I have to do it on the phone. I do it when I'm on the road. Like I work with reps, so they'll be driving. So that's when I get my time in to catch up on videos. I put in
Right.
earbuds, and I just listen and watch the videos while we're going from account to account.
Yeah, that's all cool, but I got a 43-inch TV right here to watch this shit on. Yeah,
keep fucking bragging, Jimmy. That's fine.
Yeah. You know,
Well, the
No, if
worst
I had
thing is
that, I would.
I-
but
he had told me that for tonight's stream that I could use his stuff. I was like, oh, cool. Well, then I realized as soon as I went to log on that none of my stuff was over there. Like as far as like my stream yards, and so I would have had to sign out of everything for him and sign back. I'm like, that's just. Then I look and it's 8:00. I was like, oh shit.
good night, Mama Cookie. Be good.
Good night, Mama Cookie.
Good
Hello,
night.
Cookie.
I gotta
Good
hit
night.
this thing. That nerd rope doesn't seem to have had any effect on me.
Right? You ate that like hours ago.
What is it?
Edible.
Like 2.5 hours ago. It's edible. It's a nerd
Oh,
rope.
it's an edible? No effect?
It's been on for 2 hours
Well,
and 5 minutes.
it comes in it's a 40. It's like probably 4 inches long. It's a big nerd rope, and it's 40 milligrams, and I ripped off about a third of it. But with the edibles I've been doing lately, I'm probably just building up a tolerance at this point.
But yeah, he was chomping on that when he first came on.
I have never done edibles. I'm not a weed guy.
No,
You know,
No, I
Dave.
never tried
Well, you like a buzz, right?
Well, yeah, there's different kinds of buzzes.
Right,
though.
but you like a buzz. You like that peaceful, easy feeling when you have a couple of drinks in you.
A couple of cocktails, but a couple of cocktails is different than weed, though.
No,
Well-
actually, it's very similar when you do the edibles.
depends on what you're doing. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I chill out, dude. I can eat an edible and go on a road trip, man. Just enjoy myself, because it's just kind of chew. Like it all depends on what like if you're doing like a 10 milligram edible, which is very small. Like for you, David, you've never done it. You did a 10 milligram, you get pretty fucked up. For me, a 10
really?
milligram, 10 milligram edible is gonna chill me out. Just gonna,
Right.
So
I just have to rub it on my neck and it'll work.
Well, no, but like a 10 mil. Well, if let's just say you had like a 10 mil freaking treat, you cut that thing in half, and you'll be fine.
Joseph, I think you're a little
Especially for the first time.
because that was a long time ago.
It's a completely different buzz. Freaking with
and it's
edibles.
different smoking. So it's different
Yeah.
smoking a joint. It's different smoking this, and it's different eating an edible. So smoking a joint, you get high right away. You get super, super high. Really, you get more cotton mouth from a bowl or a joint. Smoking raw cannabis. I get much more hungry and a bigger sense of munchies. When I smoke raw herb, like out of a bowl or a joint. If I do this thing, I will get temporary back and forth dry mouth from time to time, but it's not nearly as severe, and I don't get as bad with the munchies. When you and it's much more of a chill, kind of more a lucid feeling. You're much more lucid doing this than over smoking green.
Right.
With edibles, it's a totally different feeling because not only do you get that enlightenedness, which is you kind of get into that point where it's like to me it's like slipping in. I'm going to use this term. This is a friend of mine's definition, but it's perfect. It's like slipping into a warm bath or a deep conversation with an old friend. You just get that very lucid, comfortable feeling, but you also get a nice body buzz too. So you kind of like, hey.
See, now I have a 13-hour flight coming up in a couple of months. I think a couple of edibles would be awesome to try.
Dave?
Yes.
Dave? That's the perfect place to try them.
That's what I heard from people. That's what I wanted to see.
Right.
Where are you going? Sri Lanka?
No, we're going to Fiji.
Right. For one, you're very used to flying, and for two, you got it could be it'll be in and out before you're even thinking about getting off the plane.
That's what I thought. That I could, it wouldn't be like, well, people don't typically freak out on that stuff, right?
No, not at all. It's
because I've smoked some weed way back in the day that I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
When Colorado first legalized marijuana, there was a lot of people who were anti weed, and it had gotten legalized. So immediately you knew it was going to happen. It's like anything in this world. People will lie to try to change things,
Right.
I don't care who I offend by saying this. I think Christine Blasey Ford was full of shit. I think she's a great example of someone who would lie to try to change things. I think somebody paid her to lie.
Right.
So people can do it, and they will. And when Colorado legalized it, people were like, "Oh, people are trying to kill themselves. They're going psycho." Weed doesn't make you go psycho and try to kill yourself.
No, I know that.
What was happening was kids who had psychological disorders and shouldn't have been eating weed in the first place were then buying a candy bar that was 270 milligrams, and then you're supposed to break it into 9 pieces, so you'd get 9 30 milligram mini bars, which would fuck you up good, and they were eating the entire fucking bar.
Damn.
So
All right,
at that point,
so let me ask you a
turn
question
fucking
here.
slug mouth, and you can't,
Yeah, exactly.
you know. So, and then they got psychotropic problems on top of that, and they think weed's going to fix it. They don't understand weed is a natural medicine for physical problems, and it can calm you for some mental things. But if you got bad mental problems, you shouldn't be taking anything that's going to alter your state of mind.
So let me ask you a hypothetical question. So
Sure.
let's say 2 people were going to take a 13-hour flight.
Yeah.
And hypothetically, they haven't smoked weed for probably about a good 2 years and never smoked it like consistently anyway.
Yeah.
So it was like once every maybe 6 years at the
Sure.
most. How much of an edible would you give someone? Or
15
would
milligrams.
15 milligrams?
10 to 15. That's exactly what I would recommend. I think it would kick in about an hour into the flight. You'd feel chill. Even if you got a little anxious, you could just fall back and go to sleep. It would wear off way before the flight was over. And I would like to take that scenario and say, what if 3 people were taking a 13-hour flight, and we purposely gave David 100 milligrams and then laughed at him for 13 hours.
That would be a problem. Yeah.
So
would
Donna
be a
wants
problem.
to make cannabis bra and underwear edibles.
Oh, there you go.
And I think by the time you got done, the act would not be getting done.
Listen,
Yeah.
edible undies were a thing at Spencer Gifts back in the 90s and 80s.
Uh-huh.
You know,
If you bought them, you knew right away it was just a fucking fruit roll up. That's all it was.
exactly. Yeah. No, make
Nobody was fitting into it.
Cialis bras.
Yeah, unless you're having sex with 8-year-olds, nobody was fitting into these things. They were ridiculous. They looked
Exactly.
stupid. It was just a gimmick. You know, $30 for a fruit roll up. Thanks, that was awesome. You know, but
Those are the
I mean-
most ridiculous things. Those
Yeah.
candied panties. Oh,
sometimes, yeah, and I mean, Don, I understand it's not a bad idea if you're doing with the cannabis, but you have to make them so that they're actually like, you know, like by the time you made the underwear and the bra so they actually fit people,
right.
you know,
That's
way too
fucking
fucked up.
that's gonna be pretty expensive.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
And you can only have like what if you're just a normal eater?
All
What
right.
would that be?
All right,
15
thank you
milligrams?
so much for coming up, Lou.
Oh, be good.
I'll join anytime you guys come on.
All right,
nice.
man. Appreciate having you.
Yeah, man. Nice meeting you, man.
Donna, I could have guessed that you were drinking. Donna tends to she becomes another person.
Yeah.
Oh, I hung out with her out in NOLA. She's like a gremlin.
And she cracks me up. Whenever she gets like that, I'll be like, Donna, have we been drinking tonight?
She's like a gremlin.
Oh my God! You give her a cocktail after midnight, and it's a problem.
So, David, I would say typically once you do edibles on a regular basis, it's going to be between 15 and 30, and it really depends on the person. You know,
Right.
Well, no.
I probably weigh twice what you weigh. So
Myself, though, I can eat 100 milligram candy, but edible.
But you also smoke
Sure.
on a regular basis.
Yeah, I don't
Jimmy,
smoke.
Jimmy,
Yeah,
I
right.
can too. I went to
Right.
see Joel McHale, and my brother gave me an 80, a 50, and then a
Right.
pack of 4 15 milligram fucking
Right.
tappies, and I
Right.
ate them all.
But it
Damn.
lasts long. It's a little more intense and it's a little more.
Right. It's different.
Usually lasts a little longer.
And it depends on your weight. It depends on your
Yeah.
metabolism. It
The only
depends
time
on how often you smoke or don't smoke.
The only
So-
time I'm crushing a
Well-
big one like
Well,
that
I think all I'm trying to say is, I think if you're going to take a 13-hour flight, you might want to take more than just the 10 or 15 milligrams.
Yeah, but that's the problem. You don't want to take it on the plane with you because
Oh.
that's where it
That's
becomes
right.
a problem.
Right.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Ideally, you could take two. Like my brother makes 60 milligram packs of taffy, and it's 4 15 milligram pieces. Ideally, you each take one, and then at the 6 hour mark, you each take another one. But the problem
Yeah.
is bring it on the plane.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I don't want to take that chance.
You're gonna have David. You're gonna have to keister 2 pieces of taffy, man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm not sure your wife's gonna eat a piece on the second part of the flight, but hey, that's 2 pieces for you.
Hey,
There are things called pocket prison purses, David.
say again.
That's exactly what. There are things called prison purses, and that's exactly what a prison purse
Prison
is.
purses. Yeah, exactly.
Wrap it real
Can you
good.
imagine?
Carry it home.
Can you imagine you go through the scan and they're like, pull that guy aside. Like,
Excuse me,
sir, the scanner indicates that you may have 2 pieces of marijuana taffy in your asshole. we're gonna need to search you.
Sir,
all I would tell
turtle-
Juliet is, hey,
turtle
this
poked
is
his
going to
head
be
out.
the second chapter of your next book.
Yeah. Oh man.
No,
That'll be a
that-
great
that's
fucking
not
story.
honest.
It's
not gonna
such an
happen.
Amazing story for her. Oh my god, think about that. Watching Bourbon Soak Live, and she's telling a story about the time they got arrested. David got arrested at the airport for having 2 pieces of weed taffy in his ass. That'd be a great story, man.
I'm going to tell it next week just because I should.
Do it, dude. Just do it.
I can
Make it up. Oh,
I
dude,
can-
I would die.
I can see it now. The news, breaking news, airport news.
That's
Couple arrested for having 2 pieces of marijuana up their buttholes.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
They look like a human centipede.
jeez.
What are you smuggling? Nothing.
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 I got nothing.
But that would make a good bourbon soaked live.
No, it wouldn't.
Jeez.
Hey, honey, could you get the door? I think it's the FBI.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can talk about that because it's legal in my state.
It's legal here in Illinois too, but I
Right.
just can't take it on an airplane.
You can't go to you can't go to Fiji with it.
On an airplane.
Well,
Federal.
here's the weird shit: is that
You could take it on a plane if you wanted to. All you have to do is buy a bag of saltwater taffy, and then take the piece of taffy that you get, which is going to be in a long bar usually.
Right.
It looks like a rectangle. Open it up, squish it into a circle, wrap it back up, twist it, and stick it in the bag and mix it in the middle. No one is ever going to take apart your
Nope,
bag of
no,
saltwater
they're
taffy.
not going to take apart the bag.
But
But
once you get on the plane, you can rifle through and find it easily.
here's the issue with O'Hare: they now have canine dogs
Yeah.
that are sniffing for marijuana, and they can easily pick that out of a bag.
Usually, yeah.
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 Yeah, because now they're training them because of all the different edibles that are out.
Well, most edibles still smell like pot.
Yeah, at some, especially if they're a higher dose, they're
I
gonna.
would be.
Right.
I respectfully disagree with you, and I'll tell you why.
I will not take that chance, sir.
No, I'm not. That's no. You shouldn't take the chance. But what I'm saying is, I just was watching this. There's an airport security show that they.
Oh,
have.
I know the one you're talking about. I've seen it
And I was
before.
watching that, and they were talking about how people get all nervous with the dogs around.
Right.
And the guy said the dogs are there looking for the dog. The like they'll see people get nervous and they'll pull them aside, but the dog isn't going to hit on something small. The dogs are made to hit on mass amounts, big amounts, and they're mostly searching for big drugs like crack, cocaine, meth, and they're smelling for gunpowder, weapons. Those are the big things they're after. They're not after fucking weed. If a dog smells a mass amount of weed, it's going to hit on it, but it has to be a pungent smell. And they were talking about they're like we don't have time. We're constantly busting people at all hours of every day. Every day, every airport has somebody in that back room that pulling fucking coke out of their asshole all day long. It happens
Yeah.
every day, all day. Every flight, there's some fucking mule on it. They don't care about somebody with a fucking joint stuffed up a teddy bear's ass. You know what I mean?
But
You know.
here's the thing, Tony. It's I go to Fiji or
Don't
I
take
get a
the
little
chance,
high out of
Dave. I'm not
flight.
saying you should, right? But I'm saying At the end of the day, though, that's
I
really
know.
what goes
Yeah, I
forward.
think I would choose Fiji too, Dave.
Here's the most fucked up thing about all this is because we're flying actually from Chicago to LA and then LA to Fiji. And LA and Chicago are both weed friendly. Well, California, Illinois are both weed friendly states. You would think that hop over, it wouldn't be an issue, but it is.
You basically just want to grab a 25 milligram, you chow the whole fucking thing down right before you walk on the plane.
25. I'd be twitching in the aisles.
No.
Wow.
You'll be sitting back watching the movie and enjoy it. You know,
on a 25, you would be like
25.
Why
I'd be
that
seeing.
stewardess just look at me like that?
I know. I'd be seeing dead relatives at 25.
no, you'd be chill, and then all of a sudden, you'd be fucking sleeping.
You'll wake up in Fiji.
Oh shit!
That's what I want to do. Actually, I want to sleep on the flight. I got to
30
figure it
milligram.
out. I got to figure
By
it
the time
out.
this stream's over, I'm gonna have you eating a 200 milligram candy bar.
I know. Well, first of all, I'd have to go to a dispensary here in Illinois, which I haven't done yet.
My brother probably knows a guy. You don't have to go to a dispensary.
Well, you know.
I'm just kidding.
My brother knows the guy.
Just saying.
Right.
All you guys up in the mass know a guy.
I used to know. Everybody
I
used
got
to
a
know.
buddy.
Yeah.
But now it's funny because like people will be like, "Hey man, you got a guy you get your chronic from?" Like, yeah, I got a guy. All right, well if that ever falls through, I got a guy. Like, okay, how much is your guy? Oh, well, is this much? Oh, it's the same price as my guy. So what happened was they legalized weed, and we realized we all had the same fucking guy. First of all, 'cause now we can tell each other who our guy is because nobody cares anymore. We're not busting. The illegal guys that are selling weed, like if I was selling bags of weed out of my fucking house, nobody cares anymore. They're not coming to bust you unless you're doing big time. They just don't give a fuck.
Joseph, I don't know. What are we talking about?
Hey, so
You're
what's
so
the deal
behind.
with the illegal guys now? Now, are they even still selling weed? Because with
Of course
dispensaries,
they are.
Why?
Because the dispensaries are taxing it way overpriced.
Yeah, make it expensive.
Way
Okay. So it's
drug dealers are more in demand now. So yeah,
it's about price.
The federal government's pissed that they're not getting their fucking taxes.
So, like, people
They
are still
just-
going to the
they don't-
illegals, so that way they don't have to pay the $200 for something that they could get for $60.
I get it.
When the weed shops slow down and the taxes stop coming in, they'll go after the weed dealers. But that's never going to happen. Every weed shop they open, doesn't matter how many they open, every one of them is packed from the time they open to the time they close every fucking day.
That's
So
what I've
no,
heard.
Joseph, you're not behind.
I live near the first one that opened in the state is in Leicester. It's like 20 minutes from here. I go by it all the time. It's on the main road. You drive by it all the time. That fucking place still has not slowed down. I still haven't gone because it's a 45-minute wait minimum to get in the door in the line. Still. It's been a year. It's been
That's
over a year.
freaking crazy.
So they're not,
That's
they don't
crazy.
care to go after the little guy because the weed shops can't even keep up. There's so much money they leave on the table every fucking day.
Well, I saw
Right.
something the other day that California, they have the right to grow and everything out there.
Yep.
Now the thing is, they got too much. It's
They got a
fucking-
surplus out there?
Yeah.
So are they
what's
collecting an
happening-
address to send it to? Is that what they're doing?
Basically, but what's happening is people from states where it's not legal are driving out there loading up trucks legally.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's
But-
crazy.
But then they drive through all these illegal states.
Yeah.
So Joseph wants to know if you guys went to weed college.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
I went to school high, not high school.
Right.
yeah, I'm Joseph. Like I was saying, I'll be 45 in a week and a half, and I've been smoking weed since I was 13. I think there was a time at one point where I took like a year off when my first son was born. Yeah.
I
I
cut
think it would
back.
be college. It's just like if your mother has a great beef stroganoff recipe and she makes it her whole life and you learn that recipe and you make it your whole life. And then somebody comes in, they eat it and they're like, oh man, this is the best beef stroganoff I ever fucking had, Joseph. Woo, beef fucking stroganoff. Oh.
I
And they're like, did you go
I
to
quit
culinary
buying-
school? No, you didn't go
I
to
quit
culinary
buying
school.
pot for a while, but that was just to get us into a house, and
Yeah.
it worked.
If stopping buying weed can actually get you a house,
Well, it helps you get there
Wow.
quicker.
Got a fucking weed problem.
It helps you
that's
get
a
there
lot of
quicker,
weed, dude.
Yeah,
dude, you know?
back
See, I
then
don't-
it was a lot of weed.
Well, I had.
so
I
I
had
haven't-
hold on. To get me into a house, I had to give up V8 trucks, or V8 cars, stop buying pot, and stop drinking at the bars. I had to give up all of them to get into a house.
Oh, so you're a Mormon now?
Oh. No, I'm not in my house anymore. It's all
That,
back.
that was just so I could save up all the money.
Hey, I
Yeah,
take that as an
yeah.
insult. No, I'm kidding.
You know what? This makes me love Doris even more that she can make you stop doing that.
Now you all know who really wears the pants in the family.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Hold on. Mind you, while I was doing all that, she didn't smoke. She didn't drink at all. And now she's a drunk.
Wow.
Like I tell all my friends, I wear the pants in the family. She just happens to control the pockets.
Right.
I've been with Jimmy for 20 years. That's why I drink.
Yeah, there you go.
That makes a lot of sense, Doris.
David, that reminds me of an old joke where the husband and wife are in the bedroom one night, and they just recently had gotten married, and the husband gets naked, he's getting ready to get in bed, and he picks up his fucking underwear and he throws them at his wife, and he goes, "Put those on." She goes, "Those ain't gonna fit me." He goes, "Put them on." So he pulls his boxes up, she pulls them up, she lets go, and they just drop to the floor. And she goes, "I told you they wouldn't fit me." And he goes, "That's right. And until they do fit you, you don't wear the pants in this family. I do."
Oh, shit.
She picks up her fucking underwear and she throws them at him. And she says, "Put them on." He goes, "I can't put these things on. Look how fucking tiny they are." She goes, "Put them on." So he's trying to put them on. He gets them up to like just below his fucking knees. Like, "I can't fit in these. I can't get into them." And she goes, "Right. And until you drop your fucking attitude, you ain't getting into them."
That was good.
It's not only good but true.
Right.
So yeah, I haven't bought weed since I moved back to Massachusetts.
You just have good
Wow.
friends that give it to you.
My brother is part of this company up here that they started. So it's a company that they started called Cannabros. They put on parties, they make edibles. He mass produces edibles for pot shops, all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
So he has a 23-year-old son who's autistic, very high functioning autistic, but he doesn't drive. He doesn't have a license. He's way too nervous being in a car. Never drive. But kid works his fucking ass off. He's getting ready to finish his master's degree off in college, and he works full time at nights at FedEx.
Wow.
And so my brother has to bring him to college, pick him up at college, bring him to FedEx, go back out, pick him up at FedEx, bring him home. So some nights if my brother has parties to do or something, he'll call me and say, "Hey man, pick my kid up." I said, "Sure." So once a month or so, we'll pick his kid up. And when I pick his kid up, he'll stop by the next day and drop me a decent sized bag of weed. "Hey, thanks for picking my kid up." Just throw a bag of
Sweet.
weed.
Joseph,
Hell yeah.
women are like drug sniffing dogs when it comes to money. We always
Yeah.
So that's how I get that. And then when he's constantly making new things. And every time he makes them, he drops me off something. "Here, try these. Let me know how they are. Let me know they're supposed to be this much. Let me know how they taste, how the buzz is, blah, blah, blah." So he calls me the pig guinea. I'm the guinea pig.
Well, I actually have an idea here because my son he already is part of a dispensary up where he lives in northwestern Illinois. Yeah, he's about
No
45
fucking
minutes
idea you had
away.
a kid. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I got a 25-year-old son, and a 29-year-old daughter, and a daughter's just graduating college. So
Fuck, you're old.
I know.
Oh, you
God.
started young, rather. Sorry.
I have
sorry.
gout just telling this story. So
So your wife and your daughter probably aren't that far off in age.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
no, they're pretty far apart. No.
Are they really?
Oh God, Juliet's
Yeah.
in her 40s.
5 or 6 years.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking probably late 30s or 40s. but
yeah.
that's only
Juliet's
11
my
years.
wife, by the way. I had a wife.
Well, I
previous.
assume that. I mean, tell me
Yeah,
you got a 29-year-old daughter. I don't take Juliet for being 50.
No,
Right,
no,
right.
no. My mother raised short kids, not stupid ones. But anyway, my son is
They're awesome.
he's in his mid-20s and he has MS, and he's had a card for marijuana for a long time for medical, but now has, obviously Illinois, you could buy anything. So I think I'm going to have him buy the edibles for me and then bring them out to me.
Nice.
I like that idea.
There you go.
I think that's the right way to go.
Right,
That's
because
the-
then you
that's
don't
the safest way.
you don't have any chance of being seen in public at a freaking dispensary.
Well, and my name doesn't go against, exactly. I kind of like that. Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about the law.
Well, no, he doesn't have to worry
Well,
about
the
the law.
laws, there is no law,
Yeah,
since
he's
it's
all
legal
right.
here.
Legal.
It's all legal anyway, so.
But what I mean is that you won't get in trouble. I don't know what
Professionally.
Yeah.
Professionally.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's not trouble. It's just
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
he's not
perception.
seen. He's not seen at a pot shop.
That's
I
right.
hear you. No, I like this concept. That's a great
It's
concept.
okay.
Huh.
Right?
I'll slip him another 20 and let him get whatever he wants.
Oh, there you go.
It's just like all the people with the cool channels that come over to my place and just watch. They don't
Right.
comment. They don't do nothing.
Hey, does
I like
anyone
it.
ever smoke
I
pot
comment.
on YouTube? Is that a problem if people smoke pot? I don't even know.
Yeah. This.
It all depends.
Yeah, it depends on how much, and are you
I know there's a bunch of 420 friendly
yeah,
channels.
but it's all the way you handle it,
And then
There's a
sometimes
guy-
people will report them. And
right? Like
There's
that
a
happened to me Friday. They freaking someone what do you call that? Freaking someone tagged my channel, my stream. So I got age restricted by YouTube.
Oh, so it's interesting.
Yeah.
That's all. No big deal.
But that's and it was nothing that I don't normally do,
Hello,
Sure.
Dan Ron.
But the only thing, smoking pot and
Thank
drinking
you.
booze.
Leo Cash, thank you. We have a Zanron raid going on.
Yeah, you get it
Oh.
right.
Hey, getting rated.
Get raided.
Right. Damn well,
Leo
right.
Cash, how you doing?
Welcome. Thank you.
Right.
Kelly,
Oh.
Neo, Zan.
Kelly Barkus, how you doing, Kelly?
Welcome to the party.
We recommended a channel called Custom Grow 420, and if you go to that guy's channel, he does he goes to weed shops and he's like, I'll take one of these, and he's like, let's try all this shit out. And he goes and fucking does it all, tries it all. He does this thing. He has this little spinner that has like 8 different things it can land on, and each one.
No,
sorry.
Neo Cash. None
Sorry.
of us are actually wrestlers. There's a few of us on here that are wrestling fans.
Yeah.
So we just
I
get
was-
together and talk about wrestling.
Yeah, I worked as a manager for a short period of time in Rhode Island Federation years and years ago, and I have friends that are indie wrestlers, but not anybody big. They're all
I-
fucking tiny federations, don't travel.
I have wrestled a lot of women naked.
I pooped
Yes.
my pants 420. You might want to stay there actually talking about 420.
I like that. That's good work, baby. I'm looking at it. What the fuck is that? And then you got that right off the bat.
I'm like, ooh.
But this Custom Grow 420 guy has like this pin, and it's a spinner.
Yeah.
He has his friends over, and he plays it. And what they do is they have
Neo Cash.
8 different size dabs. You know what a
Yeah.
dab is?
I
Yeah.
don't know what a dab is.
Wax, right? So it's fucking weed wax, and you
Yeah. It's oil. It's like hash.
Mm,
It's in
yeah.
oil.
it's,
I take it indie wrestling means independent wrestling. Okay, all right.
But yeah, it's gooey. They call it wax or shatter or whatever. It's sticky, and you roll it up on the end of something, and then you heat up like a glass fucking bowl, super red hot, and then you rub it on there, and it just disintegrates into smoke.
It's
Think
like a
Almost
resin.
like,
All disappear. Right.
Yeah.
crack. The way they used to do it with crack, where they would
Yeah.
put the liquid and they would melt the rock.
Hey, baby.
Wow.
Neo Cash says he wrestles in
I
Alabama.
saw that.
Wow.
Cool.
Well, welcome, Neo Cash. At some point, maybe we could set up a interview and we could do a stream together.
Oh, there you
I
go.
love
That'd be
that
cool.
one. I love this next channel that has joined us. Thank you for the Xeon raid. Mr. Teabag, your mom, is in the house.
Welcome, Teabag.
Good to see you.
Oh,
Give us a thumbs up, will you?
am I the only one that thinks that Bouncer's giving us a raid?
I don't.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You know,
It feels
I
like it.
love that though.
These names are great. I love it.
Uh huh.
do you know Bouncer, David?
Yeah,
Monster
yeah, he knows Monster Slab. Must have.
David, did you
All right.
freeze?
Say again.
Oh, okay. I thought you were frozen.
Nope.
I had asked if you knew Bouncer Slab.
Oh, I know Bunch of Slap.
So
Yeah.
we all comment because when he's on one of our streams, he'll go into each of his accounts and he'll subscribe to us and give us a bunch of likes and make a comment in the chat under each one of his accounts.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he gave
Yeah.
Jimmy a bunch of likes the other night doing that.
Yeah, most of them disappeared though.
Oh, did they? Oh, that
Yeah.
sucks.
That's all right. It's all right. It was good. It was a good time, man. You know,
Huh.
it was
That's
fun
fine,
watching it happen.
Sometime maybe we'll set something up.
Oh,
Oh,
here's,
that would be cool.
here's Zanron right here. What's
Yeah.
up? Thanks for the
Zanron.
ride, man.
Yeah.
I
Thanks
gotta
for-
check out Mr. Teabagged Your Mom.
Right?
Right.
See what this channel's about. Oh man, it's not a real channel. Just somebody. It's just a viewer. That's cool. I mean,
Oh,
we
man.
both have viewers
Oh.
too.
Yeah.
But
Wow. Darn.
Neo's got a channel. I poop my
Yeah,
pants.
yeah. Zanron's got 1,000 subs.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. I love meeting
Cool.
new people like this. You know, just
Right. Hello.
stumbling upon each other. Very cool,
Well,
man.
you know how YouTube keeps you in that little bubble, man. You know, and
Bucket, bro. It's a bucket.
it's
I
hard to
talk about
break out of
a
it.
lot. I'm the fucking king of investigating the bubble. Damn, look at this dude, huh? Oh yeah, very cool, man.
Yep. Don't. Oh, and sorry you guys have missed the wrestling part of this show. The first 3 hours were all wrestling.
Yes. And then we kind of veered on as our
We started talking about people that Pat Patterson may or may not have had sex with, and it just went off the rails.
And I'm the king of derailing anything. So
David showed up, and suddenly we're all going to Fiji together.
Thank you, Zanron.
we're all doing edibles. More.
Okay.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Before this thing's over, we'll be doing like a 3-month
it's
coke.
okay, man.
Wrestling.
Zanron, we know how to type gibberish or translate gibberish. I got you. As soon as I looked at it, it was like, oh, shared you out. Oh, thank you. Cool bean. And I am going to be, now I am taxing the limits of our connection here, baby. Sorry.
Sergio out on my community tab.
It's funny, I haven't froze. I think I froze once in the first
Yeah.
5 or 10 minutes I was up. That was it.
Well, I keep getting the flash warnings.
Yeah, that's because it doesn't like you.
No, it don't like me.
It's like, oh, you missed a fancy pants on a 43-inch TV, huh? Fuck you. It's a warning.
All right.
Like I said, we're taxing the limitations of this
As
rig.
Dave
Yeah.
probably has a 75-inch TV that he's watching us all on.
No,
I
can see
am
the
watching you on
glasses.
I'm watching you on an 11-inch Mac.
Wow.
I'm very low tech tonight.
I don't know. It looks a lot smaller than 11 inches in your glasses, David.
Oh, hold on. Let me show it to you right here. Hold on. It's 11 inches in the dark.
Yeah, well, that's like the guy who was married to a woman, insisted that the lights are always off during sex. So for years and years and years and years.
Oh, nice. I'm at 50 likes and no dislike,
Nice,
Jimmy.
nice,
Hey.
nice. Good girl.
Nice,
Very
Doris.
nice.
Congrats,
Very nice. Thank you for
Appreciate it.
telling me that, Donna.
One.
That is awesome, baby.
That is.
So yeah, for years they were married, and she set up a light. She got this light and she put it under the pillow. So they're having sex one night, and she pulls the light out. She turns on the light, and there he is kneeling between her legs, and he's got a dildo in his hand. He's fucking with the dildo. Looks at her and she's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, and she's like, "You got some explaining to do." He's like, "Well, I'll explain this when you explain the 3 kids we got."
Oh gosh.
You're like the heady young, you are the heady young man of YouTube.
If you give me a thumbs down, I'm going to go over there and boot your ass.
Who are you booting?
Joseph,
Uh-oh.
talk about doing a thumbs down.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey.
Don't you dare.
Hey,
That'd
meant,
be
to, meant to tell you, Tony, we saw your buddy, your pal, Nick DiPaolo.
Oh, that's awesome. I
We
would have
did.
loved to suck that guy's dick.
It was okay until it went to the back of the throat and I was out.
It's a stinger.
Yeah.
Poking in the adenoids.
He was,
But yeah.
oh my God, his new bits, his new material,
So looking
nothing
forward.
political, hysterical.
Really, nothing political. I was looking
Nothing.
forward to a new batch from him because he does politics so well. He does. I mean,
He does.
he does it very, very well. You know. And then, see, and so here's a good thing. Okay, so I love Nick DiPaolo's work. I think he's fabulous. I've watched so much of his stuff. Right. He is a right-leaning comedian. He
Yes.
pulls punches about it. Big supporter of the president of our country, which more people should be anyway. But because he's the president. But either way, my opinion. But he's a right-leaning comedian, and he does
Sure
a
he
good
is.
job. But so I went to see Joel McHale. Joel McHale's a big liberal. I had no idea. I'm going to a
didn't know.
comedy show. You know.
Yeah.
So I get there. The guy that opens for him is big Democrat, very, very far left leaning liberal. And then Joel McHale comes out and basically starts talking about how he's a pretty far left liberal himself. And so he's making jokes and he's kind of taking his shots to see where he can go. Makes a couple jokes, and it's kind of, there's no booing or anything, but you can tell people are kind of like, okay, well, whatever. And then he goes, so are there any, before I go too far with these jokes, are there any Trump supporters here? The place blew up. I was really surprised. We're in Connecticut. It was just very liberal. Nuts, right? And he was like, wow, I wasn't expecting this in Connecticut. So his joke, he's a good comedian. But I felt I didn't enjoy myself as much as I should have, not because of the jokes. His jokes were good. They were hilarious. Because I look at comedy for what it should be.
Right.
It's fun. I don't care. Who you
I
vote
don't care
for.
which side you lean on. If you're funny, you're funny.
Yeah.
Funny, you're funny, right? And his jokes were funny. I enjoyed him. I enjoyed the guy that opened. But I felt kind of like once he realized there was so many Trump supporters there, he seemed uneasy. Joel McHale did, and he seemed like he had to
He adjusted.
ease
Yeah.
into the punchlines, and then he explained it like we were children. Like they kind of like it's funny because like I don't know. It was funny. We laughed. Shut the fuck up and move on, asshole. That's all.
Right. Yeah.
Either way, good show. I enjoyed it. I just wish he was more comfortable. He seemed very uncomfortable. Just really
Yeah.
weird.
Nick did shoot a intro for our live.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he
That's
did.
awesome.
Yeah,
He
he
grabbed
was
himself
really.
by the balls, the bastard.
Yeah, well, not like yours.
Fuck up. I want to view this. Like,
He's so good. He's
he's
so
awesome.
good.
Man. He's great. He's great. I've gone over and commented on so many of his videos saying thank you, and he never comments back. But hopefully one
Oh,
day.
you know what? He doesn't run his page, by the way. His producers
Well,
do.
no, I figured that, but I figured
Yeah.
like maybe one day somebody would,
Nah.
even if they don't respond to me, just say to him, "Oh, hey, that video you did for that guy, he said thank you." If not, when you see him, Tom, will you?
Well, I probably won't see him until next time we see him live. But I will say that I'll shoot you his contact info.
Okay, cool. I appreciate
Yeah, he's a good guy.
that.
So what do you guys
Hey,
do for the weekend?
Ooh.
Plans?
What
So
weekend?
This
The fuck's
weekend
today?
coming
Today's
up.
Wednesday.
It's
Today's
fucking Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we still got a day and a half. Big
Yeah.
deal.
Right.
This-
Sorry,
this
man.
week-
They all blend. They're all the same to me, Dave. Sorry.
I know. I get that.
This weekend, I gotta go buy pellets. I gotta. My kid has baseball tryouts.
What
My
the
other
fuck
kid
is a pellet?
pellets.
Pellet.
Okay. It's a pellet stove. It trickles in these pellets. You buy the compressed wood pellets, the little pellets. You load the stove
So
up with.
basically, they took sawdust, glued it together, and then made a machine that makes it easy for it to pour into the wood
Pretty
stove.
much.
So
Yeah,
it's
you're
almost like a wood stove, but it burns
Yeah.
pellets instead.
Oh.
But it burns with pellets instead of logs.
It's the first time I've ever heard of this.
Yeah,
Really?
so you gotta do that. They come in 40-pound bags. You gotta go buy a ton of them, fucking-
Oh.
Anyway,
See, most people buy them by the skid.
yeah, it's a ton. So there's 50, 40-pound bags on there. So I'm gonna go get a ton, bring it to my house, and then load it all up over the rail on my porch and stack it all up on the porch, nice and neat along the back wall.
Right.
Because I live in a town where I can do that, and nobody comes by and steals
So,
pellets. off
so Dave, when you're riding around out in the woods,
Mhm.
right? And you
Which never happens, but go
well,
ahead.
you know, if you're out in the country driving around,
Which never
no.
happens, but go ahead.
okay, and you'll see the pallets. You'll be like, oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You'll see it stacked on people's porches.
Dude, I get twitchy when I see camping on TV.
But
It's
listen,
not
it's not
camping.
camping.
I'm just-
If you came to Massachusetts, if you stopped at any Walmart in the state, they have pellets stacked on
I was
fucking
going to say, or even a home
Not-
Depot.
not in Boston,
right in the
not in
park.
Boston, not in the big cities, not
Well,
there.
no, because
You know,
they don't have any parking spots. That's it.
Dave's
No,
in
wait.
Chicago.
Are you saying pellets or
pellet.
pallet?
A pallet of pellets is what we're saying. A pallet
Okay.
of pellets.
I know
a
what a pallet is, but I don't know what the pellets are.
So the pellets are what are burned.
Right.
Yeah.
So are they like little wooden
They,
things,
they
or
look like chicken nuggets.
I'd never heard of these.
Oh,
Yeah.
they look like rabbit turds, kind of.
Yeah.
Usually they're in like the yard sections of most like home goods stores, like Home Depot, Lowe's.
Okay.
So,
Walmart.
anyways, I'm getting some pellets, David, and I'm gonna go to my kids' baseball tryout, and then Sunday is Elimination Chamber, so I'll be watching that pay-per-view.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mhm.
So Doris and Jimmy, what are you guys doing this weekend?
Monday I will be doing the same thing as Tony is doing. I will be watching Elimination Chambers Sunday night.
Right.
Nice.
Saturday, I don't think we have any plans.
No, not that I know of. Not that I know of. So if the weather holds up, I'll be outside making videos.
There you go. Porn
Nice.
man, what are you doing this weekend?
SCP. Yeah. What are you doing?
I don't know. Probably watching NASCAR and the
Oh, you're a
Elimination
NASCAR
Chamber and all
guy.
that stuff. Oh yeah, I like NASCAR.
Oh, okay. I have a recommendation for you. There's this YouTube channel called PETM. They're
P-
really super great guys, and they're really in with these drivers.
Okay.
PETM.
Okay. Cool.
I
I'll
don't
write
know
that
what it
down.
stands for, but they also have a podcast, and that's why we know them. They're really good
Oh.
guys.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Sounds
I was
cool.
going to say, so what are you doing this weekend, David?
Right.
I got no plans at all. We got shit going on. Only then I have to edit her podcast on Saturday when she records
Yeah.
it. But other than that, we're not doing shit. Nothing.
Right.
See, Jimmy, he records Juliet's podcasts.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Do you see his last name? Producer.
My name is the producer. Yes.
Right.
See, this is how it
Yes,
works.
producer.
David is the producer. Jimmy C and friends. His friend happens to be the producer.
Right. I'm pretty sure Dave's not going to produce your stuff, and you're lucky you got me for an editor and a what's the
Hey, you
other
guys don't
freaking
need any
name?
help, man. I mean, your sound and the video you got going on is
You know why, David?
you're
Look
killing it.
at me.
No-
Oh, nice mic.
Did you get it the same mic? That
Yes.
that's it? Nice job, buddy.
And
Yes.
whatever, if I did a live stream and he went on somebody else's, you could hear him over me on
Yeah.
my videos and my streams. So he
Yeah.
would be really good at one of these.
You got the AT. What is it? 2100.
No, the Q2U.
Yeah, which is the same thing as the AT 2100. Same
Okay.
deal.
Okay.
Same deal. Yeah. Nice job, buddy.
Yeah. You know, I was like, you need a mic, and because when it was obvious that it wasn't this mic, you know,
Right.
it's those fucking shit ass headphones. So
Yeah.
I was like,
Tony, you got to get that same mic, by the way.
Oh, I have a mic.
Do you know how much it is? No, screw that. I know which mic you have. That mic is. That's no. That's what we call in the business ungood. Get
I'm good.
You're
get
talking
a
about
Q2U.
my fucking snowball?
Yeah, snowballs suck, dude.
That's
They're
why I
the
never
worst.
got one, because I believe it's because you said it, and I've heard several other people say it.
I got it for free.
Okay, free is free, but
Free's cool.
If they kill the network,
Jake,
Jim
Jake
I got
Marco
this
from
for
the
free.
Joe
That's how
Cronin
we
show
watch it.
upgraded his microphone and sent me his old snowball for free.
right. Well, I had a producer guy give me this one. So
This guy's not a producer. He's an overweight wrestling critic, but he's a good guy.
The Q2Us cost a total of what $59, $60, somewhere around there.
$60.
Yeah. $60. Best
And
investment you'll ever make.
The day after he ordered it,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
the very
Yeah.
next day it was on my porch.
Amazon?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Speaking of, while I'm still waiting for all my freaking wrestling swab that I ordered, stupid people.
Well,
From
I
who?
have a mail ticket in my pocket to go to the post office tomorrow. So
It's all here.
something's there.
Something's
Yeah. I had a little.
if you get house delivery, but they still make you go to the post office to pick shit up.
Because if they deliver it to the post office, our postman sucks and won't get out of his van. So
Yeah.
sticks the "Sorry we missed you" sticker in the mailbox.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Packages at the mail.
Mhm.
I've been there.
What a dick! I'd get on the post office and be like, "Hey, just so you know,
Oh.
I'm home every day when this fuckhead comes
Oh.
by."
Oh, I have.
He doesn't even take the packages with him in the morning.
Yeah.
That's why I
Wow.
try to buy everything through Amazon because they
I-
would deliver it to your front door.
Well,
What
the
are you gonna do?
problem-
Next time you order it, go out to the thing, and when he takes the fucking thing out, the stick on the box, you're like, "No, I'm right here,
Right,
asshole."
right. You know what though?
Well, the
Yeah.
worst.
Will you let me, please?
Yes.
The worst part about this though is for the longest, the mailmen were doing the last mile. Okay, which meant doesn't matter what we did, if it wasn't coming FedEx or UPS, I still have to go to the freaking post office and get it. But now that Amazon has their own trucks, hell yeah, gets dropped right on my fucking
Yeah,
step.
'cause we live in the
Mhm.
boonies, so we didn't
Yeah.
have the
Oh, I
option
know, I do too.
Amazon delivered.
Yep. But my post office in this tiny little shit town that I'm in, 3,300 people. Have you guys seen that U.S. post office fucking commercial on TV? They're like, "This is snow and it's fucking raining." And it's a new post office commercial. The black girl on that commercial, that's my fucking post. That's my fucking letter carrier.
Oh,
Is
nice.
it really?
Oh, wow.
They're out to they film those scenes in 3 different states: Illinois, South Dakota, and Florida. I think is where they
Huh.
filmed different scenes. So there's 3 different people in the thing, and each one went to a different state. They picked this girl from Brookfield, Massachusetts, shipped her out to fucking Illinois, and filmed her part in that commercial. So
Wow.
so when you see that commercial, you see the black girl in the commercial. Her name is Camille. Very nice girl. She's my letter carrier. And that chick is
Wow.
awesome. She's actually married to a guy I went to high school with. And when we get shit, my wife orders shit all the time online, all the time. She runs it right up to the fucking door, puts it on the,
Well,
puts
the
it right
funny
up to the
thing is,
door.
like
No
other,
problem.
other mail carriers in our town do the same thing. Like they're awesome. People
Right.
rate them.
Yeah, they drive right up driveways and shit.
Ours just-
That's a half mile long.
We have a long driveway, and then across the street from the bottom of the driveway is where it's not that long, but it's.
But I
she
gotta
backs it up the driveway, puts everything by the back door, and and she won't even put the mail in the mailbox. She puts the fucking mail, puts an elastic band around, it, and leaves it with the packages that day. 'Cause she
Yeah,
can't
Right.
eat-
Yeah.
else says like
mine
Nice.
is so easy. They could literally just drive in my driveway, drop it out the freaking door,
Yeah.
and drive right out. It's
Yeah,
a loop.
but the last guy that did that almost got run over by a 6'3" guy in a fucking yellow T-shirt on a fucking mini
on a
fucking.
mini bike.
No, no.
Damn.
This douchebag is never fucking.
Hi,
touched me
Ian.
now.
Yeah, he doesn't even take the packages with him.
Man, if there's
Jeez.
3 inches of snow in front of the mailbox, he's not gonna fucking deliver it.
I always snowball when I
think
my
it's
driveway. I walk down the street and I snowball all around the
Yeah.
fucking mailbox.
Yeah, I got a community one that's across the street with 5 other boxes on it. Okay, I'm not gonna be the only guy that freaking shovels the fucking thing out. That's all I can say.
So nobody gets mail at your house because all you guys are like fucking
Yeah,
headed assholes. Like,
Yeah.
fuck, I'm not shoveling. I ain't shoveling. Let the fucking Jimmy guy shovel. He's the one who almost ran the fucking guy over with the mini bike.
The house where the mailboxes are right next to, the plow guy is an asshole. He'll plow all
a pile right in front of the fucking
the
mailboxes.
mailboxes.
And his
Wow.
mailboxes are on that post too.
Like, Your mailbox is there too, guys.
What's up, Ian? Welcome back, brother.
Welcome back, Ian.
Welcome back, Ian.
Hey, dude.
But yeah, there was one day that our mail carrier left the "Sorry We Missed You" sticker in the mailbox. That same hour, we went to the post office and the package was there. I'm like, oh, he don't even bother taking them with him.
Nope.
When he goes on his route.
Yeah, because we had actually happened to go to the freaking post office for something completely
Like,
different.
we were going there anyway.
I went to get one box and they had another. There's another one. I was like,
So if he's that lazy, how's he still working there?
I have no idea.
because
Government
because
job.
you're in,
It's
yeah,
a government job. What are you new?
And
yeah. Our post office is understaffed to begin with.
Even worse than that, it's a fucking unionized.
Right.
government
right.
job.
And whenever
Wow.
we complain,
My dad just retired from 38 years in the post office.
Yeah.
38.
And the real answer is he uses his own truck. We can't make him do anything.
that's
Oh,
how
wow.
that's what they respond when you complain about it.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
they use
crazy.
their own vehicle, so we can't make them deliver your mail.
My
Oh,
father
gosh.
was a member, worked for the post office. He just retired. At 2 points in his career, they tried to fire him. 1, he ran over a cop, and 2, he got arrested with a bag of weed and a pipe in his pocket. Both,
Jeez.
both are immediate terms for dismissal when working at the post office, the federal government.
So when you run
Both
over a
times,
cop,
both times
like-
you called his union steward, and the union fought for him and said, you can't fire him for this, this, and this reason. So when he ran the cop over and lost his license for fucking 3 months, they made him fucking,
Office
they
bitch.
had to give him an office job pitching mail, yeah.
Wow.
Because the union made him keep him. And then he got busted. My brother was getting arrested. And I called my dad and I said, hey, Ben's getting arrested. I just drove by and saw him. They got him handcuffed, bent over the fucking cop car. He said, where at? I said, down in front of Woodard's garage. So my dad runs out the fucking door of the house. He had a bag of weed in his pocket and he had his pipe in his pocket because his buddy had come over and they had gone out to the shed and smoked.
Oh shit.
And he went up there like fucking Rambo and got out of the car. What are you arresting my fucking kid for? Blah, blah, blah. And the cop's like, calm down, buddy. He's like, I'll fucking calm down when you tell me what's wrong with my kid. And then the cop's like, you better calm down or I'm going to put you in cuffs. My dad's like, well, go fuck yourself. So they cuffed him. And then the cop came over and said, I'll only pat you down as long as you don't have any weapons or drugs. I'll let you go. And my dad had a pipe in a bag, so they arrested him.
Oh, jeez.
Yep. And then fucking the fucking union got him out of that too.
Oh, jeez.
They tried getting rid of my dad
Dang.
so many times after that, and the union's like, you can't get rid of him.
And they say Jimmy Hoffa's dead.
They're like, we're suspending you. That's it. And the union's like, that's fine, but you're going to pay him 100% pay while he's suspended until we reach an agreement. They suspended my dad for the last 13 months he was there.
That's crazy, man.
Well, not the last
Wow.
13 out of the last 16. He came back for 3 months and then he retired. For 13 months, they paid him. And then eventually they gave up. Just said, come back to work. We're done. We're done fighting it. Because the union was fucking bleeding him dry.
Yeah.
The union's
Where I
mafia.
work, we had a correctional officer who he had training that day and they practiced shooting.
Mhm.
Well, at some point after he was done with the practice, he was with someone and decided to try to make himself look bad. So he pulled out his gun.
Mhm.
Well, he ended up shooting himself in his other hand. I don't know how he did it, but they basically gave him a day's suspension.
Wow.
Brandishing a firearm and discharging a firearm in a public
Right.
place.
Wow.
And same
Right.
thing, it's union. It's a state gig.
Oh, yeah. That's a big deal.
Yep.
hmm Yeah.
Jesus
you
Christ.
know, he was the chief of police of some Hicktown's freaking son or nephew or, you know.
When my dad ran the cop over, he was out in Worcester, and he had my stepmom with him, and the my dad had a German police dog, so it was like a shepherd but much bigger.
Yeah.
So it's like they're like 140-pound fucking shepherd. They don't have that sloping back either. They have a very high back. So Bear, his German police dog, and his girlfriend at the time, who ended up becoming my stepmother, was sitting in the truck, and he had run into this bar.
Welcome back.
And I don't know what he was running the bar for, but he ran in the bar, probably buying weed, probably.
Paying
And
his tab.
yeah, and what's up, Anthony?
Anthony,
So-
welcome.
What's up, Anthony?
my stepmom was in the truck. This guy come up anyway and started asking her where they got the fucking dog from, because he thought, I guess, this cop thought somebody had stolen a police dog recently. He thought that was the dog, I guess. Well, he never identified himself as a cop. And my dad came out and told him to get the fuck away from his truck. And the guy was like, no, fuck you. I'm talking to the lady in the truck. My dad's like, well, that's my fucking truck. So my dad fucking punches the guy. The guy fucking hits the pavement. My dad goes around the truck and gets in. And as my dad goes to pull away, the guy runs in front of the truck to try to go around and get in my dad's door. My dad fucking hit him with the,
Yeah.
Oh,
door of the
jeez.
fucking truck. The guy turned around, spun, hit a fucking stop sign, then bounced off the fender of the truck and landed on the sidewalk.
Oh.
So my dad made it home. And all of a sudden, 2 hours after he got home, this Okewascokie cops found him, ran the plates, and figured out where he was at, and came to the house and arrested him. And the guy ended up being an off-duty cop, so he got charged with attempted murder on a police officer.
Oh.
That's bullshit.
Attempted
That's
murder.
But that's
Wow.
a completely bullshit charge because the guy had never identified himself, and
So
it
by
took
the
a lot of lawyers for that
By
one.
the time it was all over with, my dad ended up spending 2 days in jail. They got it down to just an assault charge, not
Anthony
on
needs a link.
just an
I
assault.
am working on it.
All
And
right.
then ended up being time served for the 2 days he was there over the weekend or whatever, and he countersued and ended up getting like 20 grand.
Wow, your dad had a lot of luck.
Yeah.
That's not luck. It's good lawyers.
It's good lawyers, right?
That too. Yeah.
And a good union.
And a great
Yeah,
union.
he had a good union. Yeah.
That's the whole thing. You can get good lawyers when the fucking union makes sure you keep getting paid even though you're out for killing a
Yeah,
cop.
exactly.
And depending on what it is, sometimes the union will even pay the lawyer.
Yeah, they took my
Wow.
dad's license away for 3 months, and yeah, I think, and you know what, Doris, I think you're right. I think they may have.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Crazy.
Nuts, man.
Absolutely.
Hello, Anthony.
Wow.
Anthony's back. He's still on vacation.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Where you at?
Wow.
Hawaii?
Looks
Yeah.
good there in
Fiji.
Hawaii. Yeah. Fiji. Oh, wow. Even better.
Oh, David, maybe he'll still be in Fiji when you get there.
Yeah, exactly.
Look,
I could not look at you in a top and a bottom. I just can't see
Oh,
it.
come on, you can't.
Anthony,
Listen, he can greet you at the airport with an edible.
Hey, David. Hey, David.
Oh, my gosh.
I promise you this: I won't sniff her hair. Okay.
Wait, here, Anthony, could you act as a mule? That's all I'm asking.
Oh gosh. Wow.
So
I just need a little bit of taffy up your ass. You
Anthony,
don't mind
turn
this,
that
do
thing down a
you?
little bit.
is this? Huh?
Amy camera down a little bit, Anthony.
Yeah.
You're like, all we see is a mustache.
Indian names over your mouth.
That's a bit
Look
much.
at
That's a bit much.
Fine.
Now we see way too much of you.
Yeah. There you go. Happy medium. Perfect.
There we go.
David, so you're telling me that to get that third seat to Fiji that I spoke of earlier,
Yeah.
all I gotta do is keister some taffy?
If you get 16 pounds in there, you're coming with us.
16 pounds.
Just think about it, Tony.
Is that meals included?
For 2 years? 16 pounds.
Dang.
Just
Wow.
think about it. You know,
Hey, Dave, if that's meals included, count me in.
Right?
meals included. Lord.
That's funny.
If I was gonna stick that much candy up my ass,
Hey, economy's bad, man. You got to do what you got to do.
just in case I got busted, I'd put a note to Slugworth in there. Yeah. Imagine you get busted at the airport and they're pulling all this fucking candy out of your ass, all this taffy, and all of a sudden there's a note. Dear Mr. Slugworth, I got the secret taffy recipe you were looking for. Clearly, Charlie Bucket. Stick it up your ass.
Mr. Wonka wasn't happy.
It's like this guy, this old joke about this guy, and he's really attracted to his fucking to his proctologist. So he talks to a friend of his, and he's like, "Man, I'm really attracted to him. You know, he's really hot." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's married and shit, man. You know, I don't think he swings like we do. You know." So one night, the proctologist shows up at the gay bar, and these guys are all hanging out, and he said, being a proctologist, I've got a fair share of customers that are straight and homosexual. So I try to go to the local bar scene and go to all the different bars. So I like to hang out with my customers, you know. So I hung out for the night, and everybody had a good time. So after the guy got to hang out with him, he says to his buddy, he's like, I gotta make a move. I gotta try. I had so much fun with him the other night. So the guy goes, all right, but I'm telling you, pretty sure he's straight, So the guy calls up and he sets up an appointment with this proctologist, and he shows up to his office, and guy comes in, they're talking, and tells the guy to drop his pants and bend over. So the guy drops his pants and he bends over the table, and the proctologist is looking at his ass. He's like, hold on a second. He goes, gets a flashlight. He's looking, what the fuck? He's looking. He goes, hey, I could be crazy, but it looks like there's a dozen roses in your asshole. And the guy's like, read the card. What's up, Seth? How you doing?
It reminds me of Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Seth Rollins, yes, the chamber match is this weekend. The Elimination Chamber.
That's right. Who's getting thrown through a cheap, flimsy piece of fucking plexiglass this Sunday, Doris? Because every elimination chamber, they throw somebody through one of them, and it's like, look at that. Seriously.
Either
Like,
that or they dive through it.
Yeah. I wouldn't use that for a fucking moped windshield. Fuck that.
It'll probably be Shayna Baszler, and she'll get up and beat somebody up anyway. Or
Doris?
she'll break through hers. Yes.
Who are the six
Making
guys?
fun of my
Who are the
Twitter
six guys in the?
They're not
Chamber.
having a men's elimination chamber match.
Oh, they're not.
Because WrestleMania already has.
Oh,
So,
okay, all
so
right.
there's going to be one elimination chamber match? That's it?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sucks.
That
Because
sucks. There's usually a few. They usually do.
and
I
then
always look forward to the men's
McIntyre
elimination
facing
chamber.
Brock Lesnar, and Friday Night SmackDown is Roman Reigns and Goldberg. So both
wow.
champions have opponents at WrestleMania.
Wow.
So what they're doing instead is they're having a tag team elimination chamber match where the tag team champions have to defend their title in the match.
Which
So-
would be the Street Profits.
So the only
No,
elimination match is
SmackDown.
just the women.
Oh, on
So it's
SmackDown.
Miz and Morrison.
Oh, Miz and Morrison. Okay.
So the only elimination chamber match is the six ladies, which is what?
Yeah.
Natalia,
Natalia,
the crazy Japanese girl with the
Liv
colored hair,
Morgan,
Asuka.
Asuka,
Asuka, yeah, Shayna Baszler, and then it's the Riot
right.
Squad.
Yep.
Yeah, Sarah. It's the Riot
Sarah,
Squad.
and Ruby. Yep.
So there's that.
Is
Matches, here we go.
And then
Roman, Shinsuke, Cesaro, and Sami Zayn. He's fighting three people?
oh
Strowman versus Shinsuke Nakamura.
Yeah.
Cesaro.
yeah, because when they did the contract signing, he said Sami Zayn was like, "Oh, I want to read this," and Braun was like, "Just give me it. I don't care what it says because I know I'm going to end up fighting all three of these idiots anyway." And Sammy was like, "Oh, so now we can change it to a 3-on-1 handicap match? You just said that you'll fight all of us."
Yeah, so
Oh,
and it's for the belt.
Yep.
And you got Miz and Morrison versus the New Day
And then the Street Profits,
versus the
defending
Usos
their
versus
titles.
Heavy Machinery
Yeah.
versus Lucha House Party versus Dolph Ziggler and Robert Roode. What the? That's an
Wow.
elimination chamber match.
Yep.
Okay, so there is more than
And
one.
the Street Profits are defending their titles against Seth and Buddy Murphy.
Right. And then Aleister Black, AJ, no disqualification, and Andrade, Humberto Carrillo in a singles match. So there's two elimination chamber matches, just not a men's one. Okay.
Tag team one
Okay,
and the
yeah.
women's one.
I thought it was silly to just have one.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was two. Okay, cool.
But yeah, so the Street Profits are defending their titles Sunday. And
Good
then
luck.
Seth Rollins is fighting Kevin Owens on Monday in the main.
Wow.
Oh, they're fighting Monday. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Isn't Liv?
Kevin Owens interfered in the match. Yes.
What is Lana and Liv Morgan fighting or no?
Both Liv is in the Elimination Chamber match.
Right back.
Oh, okay.
Lana is not in the pay-per-view at all.
Wow. Good. I don't like her.
I don't even think what's his face is in it.
Bobby Lashley?
Yeah, I don't think he's even in it.
No, I don't think he is either. Is Sasha Banks even coming back at all?
I have no idea. because I don't think so. Because she's been working on her recording. She's trying to become a singer. So that's why she hasn't really been around. She was there last week, but that was about it.
Have you heard her sing?
No.
No.
No, apparently she's just recording an album now. I think it's supposed to, because her cousin is Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
think
I figured she released it. I figured
I think it's going to be like a rap album or something like that.
Oh, well, never mind. That's why. It's not. I don't like rap. I like the old school rap. This new shit you can get.
But yeah, so that is the card at Elimination Chamber.
Oh wow!
And then I'm trying to remember if they're having a takeover this weekend. I know there's one coming up, but I don't know if it's this weekend. And I know they usually have the NXT takeovers the same weekend as the
Pay-per-views,
roster pay-per-views.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I gotta hit the road tonight.
All right. Thank you for coming, David.
Oh, Doris, thanks so much for having me.
Later.
Have a good one, David.
Yeah, good to meet you, South Carolina Porn, and good to see you, Jimmy C. Always great to see you, Anthony. We'll see you guys soon.
Yeah.
Be good.
Bye.
Yeah, it's getting closer, ain't it?
Hey, babe.
Wow.
But yeah.
That's what she said. Wow.
So yeah, and I know tonight on NXT they were supposed to have 2 cage
Oh,
matches.
shoot, that reminds me, I'm missing that.
That's what she said.
God, I was gonna tell him I put chicken in the oven before I started my stream, and I know we had the one I used was my convection oven, and it already shut itself off. So I was gonna tell him the chicken's probably done if he's hungry, but
Yeah.
and he wasn't listening, so that's why I went.
He'll come back with a bag of chips and a Dagwood sandwich.
Oh, I forgot you did the chicken.
Oh man. So if Goldberg does win this Sunday, who do you think he'll face at WrestleMania?
Goldberg isn't wrestling this Sunday.
Oh, he's not?
He got the championship.
Oh, so he'll wait till WrestleMania.
Right. He's going against Roman Reigns at WrestleMania.
Oh, okay.
No men's elimination chamber match.
Goldberg still wrestling?
Yeah.
He came back at the Iraqi show that they did last week, and they actually gave him the title. Why? I don't know.
I know why.
What?
I think it's because of the loss against Brock Lesnar, because he had it before. He beat Brock before to get it, and then Brock beat him back. Brock beat him to get it back, but then after that, he never retained. He never did his rematch clause. He never asked for it or anything.
Rematch clauses anymore.
Oh, they don't.
Nope.
But anyway,
no automatic rematch.
Yeah, but Goldberg reminds me of Hulk and all them. They have enough fans that they draw money.
Right.
We were actually just talking about Volkov this morning.
Nikolai?
Yeah.
Here in the stream.
Yeah.
Wow, talk about an old wrestler. Holy crap.
Yeah.
No, because you remember how many times they tried to pull Hulk back just to bring in the revenue.
Yeah. Yeah. Tony actually gave us his rendition of the Russian anthem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, we were talking about Iron Sheik, and oh my God, we went way back earlier.
Oh yeah, that's back when I was watching Iron Sheik. Yeah.
Holy
Talking
smokes.
about Abdullah the Butcher.
Yeah.
My most favorite tag team growing up watching on wrestling was the Bushwhackers.
Yeah.
Those dudes were funny as hell.
Ian actually has a picture of him and Butch.
Oh, really?
Is Hacksaw still living?
I have no idea.
Remember Hacksaw Jim Duggan?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since WCW.
I don't think
Yeah,
he
I
is.
was
Though. He might
Yeah,
be.
last time I seen him, he was still carrying a 2x4 in the ring with.
I mean, honestly, I'm surprised that Jake the Snake is still alive. Honestly.
Well,
David
apparently
fucking bailed.
he's on AEW now.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what somebody was saying, that he showed up on AEW.
Who?
Well, I'll have to see
Yeah.
that.
Who?
If it wasn't Jake the Snake,
Jake
who was the
Jake
other-
Roberts.
Oh, tonight. I saw it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, it was you that was saying it. Okay.
Yeah, Jake Roberts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia. Yes. Thank you, Seth. I said Iraq. It
That
was
was the Snake dude, wasn't it?
Close
Wasn't he?
enough. They're both next to each other.
My memory's slipping. He's the one with the snake, wasn't
Yeah.
yeah. Take the,
Yeah.
That big
put it away.
that huge big
Yeah.
python. Yeah.
he? Well, I'm just saying because usually you seen him run around with a snake and Roddy Piper running from him because he didn't like snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Keep
that's-
that thing away from me.
Andre the Giant was petrified of the snake.
Oh yeah.
Freak out
Andre did not like that.
in the bag.
Hey, listen to him talk about spiders. He said he was in a shed one time, when he was back in France, where
Oh,
he
Andre
lived.
the Giant.
And a big whole corner was full of spiders that just hatched, and it spooked him so bad he tore the shed down getting out.
Oh gosh, wow.
So South Carolina Paul, did you watch my review or did you watch Monday Night Raw?
I watched Raw, but no, I haven't watched your review yet.
Did you see we finally saw what was in the cage?
Oh, that
King of
Eric.
Spiders.
Eric Rowan had.
Yeah.
So fucking stupid.
No, I'll have to check that review and watch it though.
Well, he just gave you one.
So
But
But-
I think you didn't like it, Tony.
It was like a fucking woolly mitten. It's supposed to be a spider. It's fucking stupid.
a woolly mitten.
It
Yeah.
was like bigger than his hand. It was like one of those really big robotic
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
tarantulas,
Gay ass Halloween outlet fucking motherfucker.
right? Almost like the black ones that you see hanging down, like a bad Halloween decoration.
Eric Rowan's lost his mind.
Yep,
The cheap, cheesy looking ones.
exactly.
Or as we
Wow.
call the Dollar Tree special.
Yep.
All right.
That's like we got a place over in Lake Charles called Bob's Gags and Gifts. And
Okay.
yeah,
Wow.
that's the name of Bob's Gags and Gifts.
I guess
It's kinda like an-
Bob's ball gags and gifts.
If you go in there, it's kind of a mix between an adult store and a novelty store. It's, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you can go in there and get yourself a gimp suit and a joke at the same time.
Wow.
Of course,
Bring out the
I
gift.
always said the joke's on the somebody's wearing that gimp suit. But yeah, they had some those fake snake stuff in there. But the thing is, they were actually really real looking. The ones that are, they want $30 just for a snake.
Wow.
Dang.
But
Wow.
it's convincing though, man. It's realistic as shit.
That's still a lot for a snake though.
Yeah,
Yeah, man, for $4 you can get a pretty realistic looking snake in a peanut can.
Right?
yeah.
One that pops out at you. Wow.
Yeah, the guy's like, "Well, it's realistic looking." I say, "Yeah, but still ain't worth $30."
Right? So it,
Yeah, I just go to the edge of the swamp and catch a real one and throw it on.
Hey Doris,
yes.
on AEW, what happened with Cody Rhodes and what's his name?
I don't know. I
that
haven't
match.
watched it yet.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was
Yeah, it's on
something
tonight.
that. Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. See, I missed it. So.
Yeah, I was on the stream, so I
Oh.
didn't get to see it.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's what I did.
But yeah, all I know is John
PBR?
Moxley's the champion
Yes.
because he won the belt over the weekend.
Can't stand Chris Jericho.
Me neither. He needs to just give it up.
But you know, he probably went after Moxley tonight. So
Oh, I'm sure he did. Sure he did.
yep, that would be Chris Jericho.
Jericho, trying to put
Not only that, but when did Jack Swag? When did is it Jack Swagger?
He was Jack Swagger in WWE. Now he's like,
That's where I remember him from. Okay.
Yeah. What is his name now in it?
it's a similar name to Swagger.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
Jack.
Hager?
Jake Hager?
Jake
Oh
Hager.
yeah, that's what it is.
Jake Hager?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
They
So when did he become Chris Jericho's lackey?
he's been that for a while.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, they have him kind of playing like a bodyguard role.
Oh, okay.
Gosh.
They keep
Wow.
talking about his MMA career and
Yeah, lackey's not a nice word, man. He's Chris Jericho's bitch.
right.
Oh, okay. There we go. All right.
Well, apparently Joseph knows or looked it up. He said Hacksaw Jim Duggan is still
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Too bad. Rest in peace, Junkyard Dog.
Right.
That's right. He did pass, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
I was gonna say, I wonder if he remembers that the chicken's in there. Thank you. He's such a good man.
Oh, that was nice of him.
Yeah.
Until she tastes the extra salt on
Right.
I feel
Damn, Anthony.
it. I'm sorry.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm anxious to see who won in the men's cage match between Roderick Strong and
Cody
Yeah.
Rhodes.
Velveteen Dream.
Oh, Velveteen Dream. Yeah, yeah. That would be interesting to find out.
Yep.
So, Jimmy,
What up?
I heard you was in there making salty peanut chicken.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah, well, you know, I made her a chicken too.
I hope you didn't salt them both. This is weird.
Well, you know. Got to do what you got to do, you know.
Along with some extra herbs and spices.
Mm-hmm.
So Joseph, you didn't like Monday Night Raw?
Joseph, don't be a picky bitch. Come on. What did you not like? Tell us.
That's what they didn't have the other night at the Chinese place. Fucking cashew chicken, them bastards.
Oh no, not anymore, man. That's gone.
Mm.
That left with the peanut chicken.
Yeah. I was talking about that recently with somebody.
No, they still do the peanut chicken, the
Yeah.
one I went to.
Peanut butter chicken used to be perfect. We used to love getting it. There's two different
Right.
buffets that had it, and now they don't
Yeah.
do it because everybody and their fucking brother can be killed with a fucking single peanut nowadays.
Well, they still do it here, but they put signs up on it and it tells you it has peanuts in it. So,
They put signs up. If you can be killed by a fucking peanut, stay away from the buffet.
yeah.
Right?
Right?
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why you gonna ruin it for everybody? You know what I mean?
Listen, when I went to fucking school, man, there was nobody in my school with a fucking peanut allergy.
Well, if you come down here with peanut allergies, you better be careful because they fry almost everything here in peanut oil.
Right? Wow.
This is peanut oil country here.
Oh, trust me, I use it myself.
Yeah.
Back in 1987, 1 out of every 78 kids in school had some kind of a prescription medication they had to take that they had to see the school nurse for.
See, that's
Wow.
In 2017, that was in 1987, 1 out of 78, and that included inhalers.
Yeah.
Mainly what they were, right?
Hmm.
In 2017, the statistic was 1 out of every 6.8 children
Oh, sure.
was on medication. If you're not sure why we're having mass shootings, why we have so many problems in our country,
Mhm.
take a look right there.
Wow.
Just medicate everybody. Nobody's allowed to be normal anymore. If you're a little fucking off, they say, "Oh, you got something wrong."
Yep, you can't be a little bit hyper.
Oh, I was hyper as hell. You know what they called me back in my day? A brat. They whipped my ass.
If you're in the wrong family,
Right.
if you grew up in the wrong family and you have a girl that is your neighbor and you play dolls with her, or maybe you just have a sister, or you found some old dolls at the house and you thought it was fun to play with. Back in the day, it was, oh, okay, well, maybe we might have a gay son. That's what people would think. Maybe. But you didn't worry about it. You let him grow up. Nowadays, it's like, oh, he's playing with, oh, put a dress on him. Let's go fucking sign up under reassignment surgery.
Right.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
He's identified as a female now.
Yeah.
I hope that never happens in my area because I will slaughter that entire fucking family.
It's happening in every area right now, Anthony.
Wow.
Well, it doesn't. It's not. I still live in one of them areas. Shit like that still kept in the house.
Yeah, my son is in 8th grade, and in his class alone, he has 4 different girls that all come to school dressed as boys and want to be recognized as boys, and they come and go to the bathroom in the fucking boys' room, and the school allows it.
Wow.
Yeah. They don't allow that here.
I told him, I said, this one girl gets really mouthy on the bus with everybody, and she's like, you better call me fucking Philip or whatever fucking boy name she's chosen, you know? Yeah. And he's like, Tony, he's like, Dad, he's like, she yells at us, screams at us, tells us, shut the fuck up. Like, really? He's like, yeah, like, listen, man, she wants to act like a fucking boy when she gets off the bus. Fucking treat her like a boy.
Right?
Punch her. Fuck, that's right.
Yeah.
Fucking smack her in the mouth. And when she cries, we're like, oh, no. I slapped the boy side of you.
Yeah.
Right.
You go home, you can only tell your parents that they smacked their son.
Well, they're like the one I punched between the nose. I said, welcome to a man's world.
Right?
You want to be treated like a man
that way,
back.
But the problem is now everybody wants to experiment with it. Yeah,
No, they want to fucking.
Hello.
You can't have a childhood spat without someone calling the freaking police.
Yeah.
Right.
But you know what kills me though is the fact that she wanted to act like a man, but as soon as I punched her, all of a sudden she pulled the woman card.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Lisa.
Before that, she's like, "It's ma'am."
Yeah.
That poor kid working at that fucking store, he was so petrified. He didn't know what he was. It was obviously a guy with a fucking wig on. It looked like a guy. And he's like, "I'm sorry, sir. It's ma'am. No, it's fucking sir."
Right.
Your Adam's apple says differently, sir.
I would have said your Adam apple's bigger than my nuts put together.
Yeah, and then the guy, he's like, you want to call me sir? You call outside. I'll show you, sir. I would have taken him up on that offer so fast. Like, let's go. Let's go. I will fucking you. First of all, that mini skirt is way too tight to be fighting me, and I'm gonna take your high heel off and beat you with it. You know.
That's when I would have said, everybody in the store, you're gonna have to leave. I got temporary clothes. I gotta meet this dumbass outside.
Yeah, I gotta go outside and beat up ma'am. Ma'am. It is ma'am. How dare you? How dare you?
Yep. Until the day when one of their daughters is in peeing with the boy that identifies as a female, and then it's going to be sexual harassment because he's in the bathroom at the same time as her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you know what? There's a lawsuit in Connecticut right now. Finally, I've been waiting for this to happen. Finally, a group of girls from a school has gotten a lawyer, and they're going after this transgender fucking jackass they got in this school. I don't care that you want to be transgender, that's fine. But when you're a male and you're built like a brick shithouse because you worked out your whole life and played football, and you decide you want to go play fucking girls basketball, and you're fouling everybody and you're fucking muscling your way through all the time, it's not fair.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're a fucking guy and you're born a guy and you have the genetics of a fucking guy, you shouldn't be playing women's sports.
Well,
if you believe that much in what you're fucking doing, then go out and find a bunch of other people just like you and let's start transgender sports. That's fine.
Good night, Joseph.
Well, same thing with the Oregon school. I don't remember the dude that was identified as a female but was running the women's track.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Oh look, hey, all the girls were, it's fine, we're happy with it. But look, he started taking all their trophies and first place spots, and he took a scholarship from them.
Yeah,
now they're all trying to sue the school.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Well, it's like with talking wrestling, AEW's current women's champion's a guy.
Yeah.
He identifies as a woman. He's transgender, but he's not.
Yeah,
you can call yourself transgender all you want until you go in and actually get some kind of a surgery done. You're not transgender until that happens.
well, it's not only that. He's already full of T cells that most women will never have.
We'll
Well,
see.
that's the whole thing, and everyone's like, "It's wrestling. It's fake anyway. Why does anybody care?" I care because it gives the wrong message to society that it's okay to be a man and dress like a woman and take prizes in women's events. Just
Right.
like it's not okay for a fucking woman to dress like a man and come take prizes in a men's event. If it's a sex ed or a co-op event, by all means. But if it's strictly for men or strictly for women, you shouldn't just be able to say, "Oh, today I feel like I'm a guy, so I'm going to jump in and take and fucking into this event," or "Hey, I'm a girl, so I'm going to go over here and win the arm wrestling competition today because I feel like I'm a girl."
Yeah.
Bullshit. And that's exactly what I see all these fucking wrestling internet groups that I'm in on Facebook and shit, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're a fucking homophobe. You're a homophobe." To anybody who tries to talk about it, you got to be a fucking homophobe because everybody's in this fucking woke culture nowadays. So they're like, if you disagree with us, you're a homophobe and you should fucking kill yourself. Everyone should just accept the fact that it's a guy, and we should move on because that's what politically correct society is about. Sorry.
See, I was shocked when Bruce Jenner turned, because I really liked Bruce Jenner.
I wasn't shocked at all. Apparently, you've never seen the Tang commercials that guy did in 1970. We all knew that. Yeah.
Not counting how many times his wife called him.
I was going to say, we all knew.
Everybody's like, "I think he's cheating on her." Yeah, he is, but with another guy.
He was cheating on her with himself.
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh, dude, did you see? If you haven't seen it, you should look up. I forget who the hell were they roasting recently? I forget who they were even roasting, but Jeffrey Ross did the closing segment of that roast, and Caitlyn Jenner was up on the dais that night, and it was pretty fucking. It was pretty brutal, He was fucking. He had so many fucking jokes against.
Is that the one that kept looking at her and said, "I can't believe he used to be on the box of Wheaties"?
Well, he said to her, he said, "Thanks. Now after looking at you all night long, I'll never be able to eat a fucking bowl of Wheaties without vomiting on myself," or something like that. But the whole closing thing was pretty fucking funny, man. Like he picked on that guy Ken Jeong or whatever his name is, who used to be a doctor and he was a comedian. Now he's an actor. He's one of the judges on the Masked Singer show.
Yeah.
And he was picking on him, and he was like, you and your wife just recently welcomed a pair of identical twins of the world. And he's like, we did. And he goes, I remember reading an interview, and you were saying we can't tell them apart. He's like, well, now you know how we feel about you people.
Oh gosh! Wow.
It was a pretty funny. It's a roast, So it was good.
Wow.
It was good because he didn't try to stay PC all the way through. He just said, "Fuck you,"
which
Fuck
is
you.
good.
Yeah.
So. Oh boy. Are you watching porn on another TV while we're on the live stream?
No, I'm
course
actually
you-
watching Expedition Unknown.
Yeah, I don't want you. I just
with Josh Gates.
That's cool. I just don't want you watching porn because I don't want you to forget that you're on a live stream. It gets
we don't want to see you whipping anything out.
Yeah, no.
No.
If the camera gets more blurry than it is, we're gonna know what's going on.
My dogs like to be under the blanket. They're Chihuahuas, so they like to be.
I have a pit bull that's the same way.
And so I was just putting them under the blanket.
Yeah, it's fine to put the dogs on the blanket as long as there's no peanut butter involved.
Afraid.
You know what I mean?
No,
Have y'all seen some of the new series of Afraid and Naked?
No.
Afraid and Naked.
Oh, listen. They
Naked
got
and
this
Afraid.
new one out. It's actually, it was a guy, and they stuck two twins out there with him. And I swear to God, in the night vision one, that girl was spooning him.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Like, I was gonna say, hey, hookers in the jungle.
What's the matter with the girl?
I don't know what is up with her.
Good night, Joseph. Enjoy your time.
Right? He took off a while ago.
I just noticed. Sorry.
Yeah, I just noticed it too. It was like it's been a while.
I gotta watch what? I ain't watching South Carolina porn. Whip it out, daughter. Not doing it.
No, not tonight.
What?
What?
I just ate a bowl of cereal. Don't do that to me.
Oh, you mean Naked and Afraid? Okay.
Oh, okay. Say, what the hell? I don't want to watch fuck Carolina porn. I know. Love you, bro, but not that.
I was gonna say I wasn't gonna whip anything out anyway.
Good. I'm glad we're all in agreement here.
That would be a better show if it was called Naked, Afraid, and Loaded. And
Oh God!
throughout the day,
Wow.
they just
Well,
had
that's
this
like them three that were in
time
the,
we're out there.
that's like them three that was in that same little makeshift deal. Well, we had to get close to keep warm, and I'm thinking, okay, I can understand, getting close for warmth, but there was a lot of movement in that warmth.
Yeah.
Right?
What about when the infrared camera caught the boner in the butt cheek meeting? That's not cool.
Oh gosh! Wow.
Yeah, this ain't a Cajun heater. Don't try to plug it up.
Okay.
Oh man!
Wow. Wow.
Wow, I still have 9 people in here.
I was gonna say, you gonna end this thing anytime soon, or
Probably, yeah, it has
I'm
been
actually,
over 4
I
hours.
gotta go to bed.
Do I-
You're rolling on 415 now.
right?
By the way, James, just so you know, I do have physical therapy at noon tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The fuck do you set it up that early for?
It originally
Not
was
early.
it, but my regular physical therapist isn't available. She's on
Jesus.
vacation.
Well,
So
just
they
take a
had to change
vacation.
it to an earlier appointment.
On vacation. That means the strip club was hired.
Right. All right.
Need
Well,
that college money.
Hey,
So yeah.
hey, I support college funds, okay?
But I thank you all for coming.
Thanks
You
for having
know,
me.
your support.
Thanks for having me.
All right, later, everybody. Y'all have a good one.
peace out.
Y'all have a good one too.
Bye, guys.
Night,
All right.
everybody.
Later, Tony.
Night,
Night, guys.
Tony.
Yeah.
Bye bye.